This is the moderator. You sound a bit soft. It's possible the
Well, I
mic.
am.
Oh, there
Good
you are.
morning.
Loud and clear.
I would like to call this meeting to order and ask Monica to please call roll.
I'm going to go ahead and do roll for those board members in person. Tanya Fairley,
Present.
Kelly Funk,
Present.
Megan Ellis,
Present.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Present.
Paulette Kavanaugh,
Present.
Tamika Miller,
Present.
Steve Weeks.
Present.
Now I'm going to call roll for those joining us through WebEx. Anthony Bertram,
Present.
Michelle Edgar,
Present.
Danielle Munoz,
Present.
Sonara Lamelli, absent. Callie Mayfam, absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Monica. Before we get started, please welcome our newest board member, Michelle Edgar. She is an appointee as a public member from the governor and is joining us through WebEx today. We can't wait to meet you in person at our next board meeting in San Diego. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm excited to be part. I look forward to meeting you all soon.
Awesome. Thanks everyone for joining us today. I want to welcome everyone who is attending both in person and online. And just a reminder to those that are online, the board members, please make sure that your cameras are on. Love to see your faces there. We have a full agenda today. I want to let everyone know that we will have public comment after each item and then public comment for items not on the agenda at the end of the meeting. Please note that comments will be limited to 3 minutes and the board is not able to respond to your comments. Agenda item 3 is the approval of our meeting minutes from the August 11th board meeting. So we will now have discussion and possible approval of the August 11th, 2025 board meeting minutes. I gotta get there.
This is Kelly Funk. I move to approve the minutes from the May 19th, 2025 board meeting.
Yolanda Jimenez, second.
Just to confirm, it's for the August 11th board meeting.
Yes. I think I was trying to get there. I think you were trying to get there.
Close. I'd like to move to approve the minutes of the August 11th, 2025 board meeting.
Yolanda Jimenez, second.
That's usually. Anyone have any discussion, any corrections? No? Okay. Any public comments on the meeting from August 11, 2025? No? There is nothing in the room, no one in the room that has any public comments. We can go ahead and I will ask Monica to go ahead and call roll, please.
Tanya Fairley,
Madam
Yes,
President,
approve. Oh,
will you call for public comment online?
my apologies to you. Yes, I will. Do we have any public comment online regarding the minutes approval for August 11, 2025?
All right, now is the time to raise your hand if you wish to make a comment on the meeting minutes. You can do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request online, do you wish to continue with the motion?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
There are no requests online. Do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, Monica?
Tanya Fairley,
Yes.
Kelly Funk,
Yes.
Anthony Bertram,
Yes.
Michelle Edgar,
Yes.
Megan Ellis,
Yes.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Yes.
Paulette Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Tamika Miller,
Yes.
Danielle Munoz,
Yes.
Steve Weeks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We had a question by Dr. Yolanda Jimenez.
I raised the question, does our new board member vote on our old minutes? Was she on our?
They can vote.
Just making sure.
Thank you. We do have a change in the agenda. Right now, it states in the agenda that we were going to do the sunset review first, but we will actually be moving to discussing the practical exam, and then the sunset review will be second. So just an update for everyone. I will actually turn this over to Christy at this point for her review, and then we will open it up to the board and any other comments.
Thank you. Good morning. So this was brought up at our last board meeting that we, some of the board members wanted to revisit the practical exam. So what we have provided in your packet is various information that was sort of how we got to where we are today. And I'll just go through it a little bit. The practical exam was eliminated as a process of the last sunset review report. And one of the reasons was considering it could potentially be a barrier to entry was one reason. As well as the fact that practical exams can tend to be very subjective in the process as an actual examination process. So as a result of the last sunset review, it went through the sunset review process, which for those of you who haven't been through that, we're going to be going through it next. So sunset's an extensive report that we prepare. The legislature provides us with comments back. We answer those comments, and then we have hearings in front of the legislature. It goes through a regular legislative bill process, and then it goes to the governor. So I want to make sure that we all understand that just at our last sunset review, this was eliminated. And what I've done is added into the agenda packet the comments that were made during the last process. So on May 25th, 2021, SB 803 was heard on the Senate floor. So that's in front of every single senator that we have. And I'm not going to read it verbatim because hopefully you all have read it. But this is the information that was provided specifically to this agenda topic from within the Senate analysis that was provided to all the senators who voted for this. Then I've also added, you'll see on page 2, issue number 9. So this is taken from our actual sunset review process. So this was the issue and how it was raised. This is the background. This is all provided by legislative staff, not by board staff. And then, so that's pretty extensive, and you can see what was talked about during the last sunset review. And then where it says on page 5, the staff recommendations, again, that's legislative staff. That's not Board of Barbering and Cosmetology staff. As a result of the sunset process, SB 803, the practical examination was eliminated January 1, 2022. So what would we have to do to reinstate the practical exam? We would have to ask the legislature to give back what was taken away at sunset review. And what I would want to bring up is what's not in this memo is the cost of doing that. We had 2 full-time examination sites that were fully staffed by the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. We lost about 20 plus staff members. And then we also had a lease on a facility in Glendale and a lease on a facility in Fairfield. Those of you who are licensees probably are familiar with those locations. And so we would have to re-enter into leases for facilities. So keeping that in mind, we have no idea what those costs would be at this point, because obviously our leases before from several years ago were at a very, we had long-term lease. So I'm not sure what the cost would be this day and age for getting new facilities. And then we also wanted to show you the data. So on page 5 of 6, we've listed the number of licenses issued after we've got before and after the practical exam, and it shows that it's increased. So we've issued more licenses to people after we eliminated the practical exam. Now I want to talk a little bit about this data because really fiscal year 1920 and 2021 are a wash, right? So we have to kind of highlight those because of COVID. 21-22 is also a little bit odd because what happened was when SB 803 was passed, we had a lot of people in the bucket, for lack of a better word, who had already passed the written exam, but still needed to take the practical exam. So those people were granted a license. So we had a bunch of people that could have applied the year before who ended up getting a license because they now met the minimum requirements for licensure. So those numbers are a little bit odd too. So what I like to look at is 1819. So this was before anything happened, before COVID. This is when we had the practical exam and the written exam. And then we go into, 23, 24, 24, 25 are pretty good numbers to look at, and how, because we're far enough past COVID that everything sort of settled down, and this is a good volume of what we're looking at. So you can see our current fiscal year 24-25, we've issued over 11,000 cosmetologist license. We're back in 18-19, we were only at a little over 6,000. So that is also something to consider, and that is something that I believe the legislature would definitely look at. Like, we have to come up with a why. If the board chose to do that, it would be why. And so in discussing if the board wants to reinstate the practical exam, I'm just saying that the following should be considered. The board's priority is consumer protection, and this is done by testing minimal competency. So we need to always remember that we are only testing for minimal competency. We are not testing if you can do a good haircut, if you can do a good color. We're not ever testing that. We're only testing for minimal competency to make sure you are safe. And then the board doesn't test for technique, only for safety. So keeping that in mind. And the priority should always be given to reduction to barriers. That's what we hear every single day. There's lots of talk throughout the entire country of deregulation. Lots of people think that, do we even need a license for cosmetologists or barbering? And so keeping that in your thoughts, that there's a strong desire to not have this industry regulated, and then that there's a strong desire in the entire country to reduce barriers to entry, get people to work as quickly as can. But of course, our job is to get people to work as safely as possible. So keeping that in mind, this is what I wanted to provide to you for your discussion. I did add some information about other states. There are other states that don't have a practical exam. One state is Minnesota, which requires, they require their schools to conduct a practical exam in order to graduate. It's a state developed exam that they provide to their schools, and they have to pass that examination. And then there's states that don't have practical exams. I believe there's 5 states now that have no practical exam at this time. And so that is the information I have provided. I do see Danielle has her hand up if you want to get a question, Jed, or did you?
Are you, no, not till you're done.
I'm done.
Thank you, Christy, so much for that report, that summary, and the information that was provided. I know we're going to go ahead and ask the board members to discuss. I would like to do something a little out of the box. Who was here for the last sunset when this, I think Steve, you and Callie Mae were the only ones. Oh, you guys were, well, before, let me rephrase that. Steve, yes, okay. So, do you have something that you would like to add?
I do. I always have something I want to add. So, yeah, I want to give you some background of this process of what we went through at that time. I was president of the board during the sunset review, and obviously this is where we started to view the elimination of the practical exam. We worked at that time, it was a close negotiating process. There were a lot of give and take, working closely with the governor and especially the Senate. And the tone was very clear to us coming from this offices. They wanted to have a more inclusive process. They didn't want any barriers to stand in the way. My concern now is would it not be a good idea? It probably is not a good idea to go back to these same people at the very next sunset review and try and reverse the process. I think it could be hard for them to take us seriously with our apprentice program changes if we come back at the very next review and change course on the practical exam. It could jeopardize the board's credibility. As Chrissy, you mentioned, other states have eliminated the practical exam. Obviously, the trend is on elimination in these areas. But to reinstate, we would have to go back again to the same California lawmakers that we lobbied to eliminate the exam. And as the evidence shows from the elimination of the practical exam, the number of licenses issued increased. So it lends credibility to their concept that by easing the entry into our profession, it would not be negative. It would also be operationally and financially difficult to recreate the practical examination today. We've liquidated our physical assets needed for the testing facility and eliminated our human assets also. So we'd have to create that, and that would be a great expense to do that with today's dollar. I've participated in watching this process. I've participated in virtually every DRC for the last 7 years. I got to get a life. I know. I definitely got to get a life. And what I've seen is that the largest citation group are actually the multi-year licensees. Those are the ones that are getting tagged at the greatest percentage by far. Not the new licensees have coming in for any operational problems. Very few of those are attracted to our DRC. So they don't seem to be at an operational disadvantage by not taking the exam. So just some thoughts from my side on this, if it would be helpful to the board.
Thank you for that, Steve. Danielle, I do see your hand up. I'll get to you in just a moment. So I wanted to follow up behind Steve. So I will say this to the board and to the fellow licensees. Me being on the board the year the actual SB 803 took effect hit me a little differently now than it did then. Then the emotions were high and the thought process of many of us did not make sense. How was the beauty industry lumped as a whole with other industries? We are a hands-on industry. We work with tools and chemicals. This industry is special, we said, and we should be treated as such. Now, I will say, and everyone on the board knows that I am very passionate about being on the board and championing, things to make the entry into licensing easier, cost-effective, but keeping the public safety at the top of the forefront. I've been blessed to encounter some of the most talented individuals in the industry. Top educators and top brands in this industry have made it and me what I am today. However, I want you to take a journey with me through some facts. Everyone in this industry is required to go to school prior to testing, regardless if it's an apprenticeship program, which requires 3,200 hours, or a traditional school, which is now down to 1,000 hours. Then many complain the schools don't teach nothing. Laugh aloud. However, our industry has over, I think we have 300,000 licensees. Then there was the complaint they shouldn't remove the practical because people need to demonstrate they understand school. After sitting on DRC for the last 4 years, not 7, I do have a small life, Steve. What I do know, and I'm going to say 98% of everyone who comes to DRC is licensed. This means that they went to school, passed the minimal competency requirement, and hold a license to perform services in the state of California. Many of those who come through DRC are licensed prior to 2022, and many are also salon owners. 99% of everyone who gets issued a license, citation, or warning is in charge of an establishment or is the licensee. The testing is designed to test minimal competency and keep the public safe. The minimum score required is 70%. Which this equates to a person can miss 30% of questions, still pass, get a license, regardless of the areas of the test that they have missed. Does this equate to competency according to the rules? Yes, it does. The test has no bearing on how to build a clientele or even how to do hair. As I do understand this topic is a sore spot for many in the industry, I had to take the emotion out of this process, take the emotion out of the argument, and stick to the facts. The facts are, some can ace an exam and be a terrible stylist. Some can do hair amazingly and be a horrible business person. Someone can even master the skills of application, but can't build a clientele. However, if they go to school, pass the test, seek out more education, then and only then will they continue to excel in their craft. I know personally that many schools are doing it right. Many schools still require their students to test out, pass a practical, help them with application. However, yet we still have a need for DRC. DRC stands for Disciplinary Review Committee. I personally know of schools who won't even entertain a student taking a state test if they are struggling with the hands-on portion in school. Some schools have high standards and refuse to set their students up for failure. The success of the student is on the student, and taking a test is one step to the rest of their life. My personal opinion, bringing back the practical exam is only adding an additional barrier to this industry when the real experience is in school and hands-on application. It adds very little value to the competency factor of keeping the public safe. Sometimes we have the tendency to hold on to what's familiar instead of moving forward. As Steve pointed out, the cost effectiveness is a great big deal. But I also think that if we take a look at what other schools and other states are doing, they're making it easier for entry, however, still keeping up with the practice of keeping the public safe. And I just really wanted to shed some light on that because for a lot of people in the industry, owners, big chains, this is an emotional topic instead of looking at it from a factual standpoint. And I really I had to take myself out of it on the emotional side and look at what really happens. And when I take in a new, whether I take in an apprentice, a new stylist, or an assistant, I always tell them, forget what you learned out there, here's how we're gonna do it. And so understanding that, yes, the practical did make you demonstrate some things inside of the test to get your license, practical really comes when you're in school or when you're working. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh. Danielle?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so thank you for putting this table together and moving over to this item. I know it's very important. So for me, data-driven decision-making is always critical to our mission. So in order to review the true impact of this change, we should probably look at the data more specifically. So one of the points of concern right now is our Spanish pass rates. So we should just be specifically looking at the low Spanish pass rates and ruling out if the elimination of the practical exam was a potential factor. So in order to rule that out, we would have to look at the pass rates of the Spanish language exams before and after the elimination of the practical. So that's a table that I need to see, are the disaggregated counts, the crude rates of pass rates. So what happened before and then what happened in the years after. If the rates stay the same, we can rule out that the practical exam change was not a potential causal factor. So I don't think I'm looking at the data that I need to actually make a decision. So I think that would be one suggestion. The other one is that our mission is health and safety. So again, if we want to look at the potential causal factor of the examination on health and safety, then we would look at rates before, or like our DRC rates before and then after. If the rates stay the same, then we can rule out the practical exam as a potential causal factor, and this can be kind of a wash. So I think we just need to be looking at the data in a more thoughtful and organized way. And I'm happy to put this in an email and guide us, but I'm not seeing the data that we need to make a decision. But I do know the data we do need that could help us just rule this in or rule this out as a potential causal factor.
Thank you, Danielle. Christy, go ahead.
So just a comment to that, just for some information. When we did have the practical exam, you had to pass both halves. So the data, and I'm looking it down my left to Carrie, could be a little more difficult to understand than what we think, because you have people that passed the practical and didn't pass the written, and then they had to retake just the practical. You had people that didn't pass the practical, but passed the written. And so I don't know that the data is going to be as clear.
I'd have to run it
Okay.
and see if we can delineate between this person did X and that took them this. It will be difficult because it's a lot of data.
Right.
But it's something we could definitely attempt.
Okay. And then I also wanted to mention that for when it comes to Spanish pass rates, keeping in mind that the practical exam was given in English and they had a Spanish sort of the instructions that the proctor would say at the practical exam are given in English, and then a Spanish speaking or Vietnamese speaking, whatever we provided, they had a sheet in front of them that was in their language. So they got the language, they got it spoken, the instructions in English, and they got to follow along in Spanish with a paper document at their station. I just wanted to make sure that we talked about exactly how that exam was administered. The
And that was the
exam,
same for all languages.
the instructions
the
are the
same for all
same for all
languages.
languages, but the
Yeah.
proctor in that, there's the way the practical exam worked is there's one proctor for 8 individuals. And for those of you who don't know, because I know some of you know it personally, the exam facilities are set up, for lack of a better word, like a salon. They look like a salon with 4 stations on one side and 4 stations on the other. And you come in and you set up your mannequin head and you have one proctor in the room that only speaks English. And so our Spanish, our Vietnamese, our Korean, our Chinese, actually, I don't think we did Chinese, Carrie's telling me no, when we did the practical. So Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean got a booklet that they could follow along with while the proctor spoke English. And we did track by Spanish or did we? We actually might not, we'll have to look at what we can even get, Danielle, because we might not have data for the practical exam by language.
Okay, and that's our thing is all the conditions are held the same, but there's one differing factor, then we're still needing to investigate why that Spanish language test score is so low. Does that make sense? Like that even more so if all the conditions stay the same and one factor is differing, there's something going on for that community. We do need to make sure that our Spanish speaking folks that are interested in joining the Barber Cosmo world are learning the health and safety guidelines, you know, just the same as everyone else. So like I said, I think if we disaggregated the data a little bit more and just did some practical, I know it doesn't translate the same after because there's no practical after, but at least the written, because again, I think for me, my only angle really is just what's going on with the Spanish pass rates. And one of the approaches we could take is, can we rule out that there was a change in the practical exam? If there was then we can rule that out. We can keep going and look at other factors. So I'm not sure I'm fully here to say we should bring the practical back, but I am here to say, can we look at the practical as a potential causal factor or rule it out? We would have to look at disaggregated data before and after the exam, especially what you said, if all conditions hold the same around the test, then I guess if we rule it out, we're still on our journey of figuring out the Spanish pass rates.
Anyone else?
Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly Funk, esthetician and industry member. I commend the board for revisiting this topic. It is something I'm passionate about. My fellow licensees and the public alike, I advocate for us today. And I have a letter I want to read from myself and then one from a trainer of many estheticians. Speaking as an esthetician, today I'm advocating for the practical exam to be brought back specifically for estheticians. And as a board, I know we have many factors to consider, the cost specifically, but I just want to share my perspective, that of a practicing industry professional. I do 25 facials a week. I train younger estheticians, and I'd like to express my strong support for reinstating the practical examination. Estheticians value their expertise and credibility. Technique, touch, and procedural control are essential to aesthetics. A skills-based exam upholds the reputation of our profession while safeguarding the public. A written exam can confirm theoretical understanding, but it cannot measure whether a licensee can actually perform a procedure safely, maintain sanitation, manage infection control, or use proper technique. Clients assume a licensed esthetician has proven their ability to perform safely, not just understand the theory. Reintroducing the practical exam strengthens consumer confidence and helps prevent injury and infection. I know I wouldn't want to get a facial from somebody new who I felt was underprepared and nervous. That validation of the state practical exam was huge for me and my fellow estheticians. A modernized, safety-focused practical exam would close that gap. It would bring California back in line with the majority of other states, strengthening reciprocity, and most importantly, reaffirming public confidence in our profession. That is my feelings, and I'd like to read a letter, if it's okay, from Debbie Martino, a industry hero, a trainer of many estheticians and my mentor for 25 years. She was a trainer for Dermalogica for 20 years. I met her at Citrus Heights Beauty College, and she's been an educator for the Image Skincare Company for over 10 years now. This is from her. To the State Board of Cosmetology, my name is Debbie Martino, a licensed cosmetologist and the current manufacturer education manager for Image Skincare. I am writing to express serious concerns regarding the removal of the practical examination requirement for aesthetic students in California. Since the elimination of this crucial hands-on testing, I have witnessed a significant decline in the skill level of newly licensed estheticians entering the workforce. In my role, I frequently encounter professionals who, despite being licensed, lack a foundational understanding of basic facial procedures and protocols and touch, just touching the skin, because there is so much practice on doll heads in school. Previously, when the practical exam was a graduation requirement, schools had greater incentive to ensure their students were truly prepared. The practical exam set a clear standard that schools were expected to meet. Without it, many institutions have unfortunately reduced their emphasis on the hands-on training. While there are still a few exemplary schools that go above and beyond, they are the exception, not the rule. And it is worth noting that not all programs hold themselves to high standards like Federico Beauty Institute. That Debbie has said that many times. They continue to set a strong example of what aesthetic education should be. So kudos to you, Federico. For the health and safety of the public and to uphold the integrity of our profession, I strongly urge the board to reinstate the practical for aesthetic licensure. Additionally, I recommend increasing the required hours of training for aesthetic students to ensure they're properly prepared for real-world practice. Thank you for your time and consideration. So I just wanted to share my perspective as a licensee and a friend of many other licensees. None of us feel like we want to get off easy. No people in school are looking to be set into a treatment room with a paying customer and feel underprepared, or that they haven't got that stamp of readiness yet from the state. So I personally feel passionate that we consider bringing it back, and that's just one perspective with all the other things considered, which I know we have a big job to do. So thank you for listening.
Any other? Yes, Tamika, go ahead.
Thank you. Tamika Miller here, licensed manicurist, industry member. Thank you, President Farley, for sharing your thoughts and, working through or sharing your journey with us as you work through the changes. And I thank the board for all they've done. And I can only imagine what it took to, when you guys went through the last sunset. So, but I too think that we should consider, and Danielle pretty much took the words out of my mouth, just a little bit more data to really get an understanding. And for me, just wanting to know more about the citations that are issued. I know I also am on DRC, a new member of DRC, and it's been said that, and I've seen a lot of those that come before us have been licensed for a while, but I don't know if that's also just a probability issue. I worked in a salon for 20 plus years, but I only had an examination. I had a salon for 17 years and only had the board come by 3 or 4 times. So the probability of me being cited is just, different than someone who's only been licensed for 1 to 2 or 3 years. So if there's more data that we can see that will help us make a more informed decision, I would be open to that. The other thing is, I think when students know that there isn't a practical test, you just approach your education differently when you know that you will not be tested for hands-on capability. And if not, if continuing education, if bringing back the practical is not an option, exploring continuing education, if that is something, I just think we need something more than, for me as a manicurist, 10 weeks of school license, and I worked 25 plus years in the industry with no regulations really. I held myself to a high standard, and the manicurists that I trained, we definitely held ourselves to a high standard, but just some more regulations. And as Kelly said, empowerment that these people feel prepared to actually enter the workforce.
Thank you, Tamika. I wanted to emphasize something that I think, and I'll go back to saying, yes, the data will give us a lot of information, and we have to definitely make decisions based on facts and not emotions, because we can all be passionate about our individual area of expertise. I just want you all to keep in mind of something. If we are giving schools the ability to have these training programs, and we are requiring, I think, 600 hours for estheticians, 3,200 hours for the apprenticeship program, which basically means that if in the apprenticeship program, let me back up. So there is not an esthetician apprenticeship program. So if a licensee wants to be an esthetician, but they need to do it through the apprenticeship program, they actually have to go through the entire 3,200 hour program and become a cosmetologist. So singling out an esthetician is really saying cosmetologists who want to focus on facials or the scope of business just for estheticians are included in this thought process. Because as a licensed as a licensed stylist, I can do everything. Everyone can do except for a barber, unless I get the additional hours because of the shaving using the blade. So as an apprentice, their hours are doubled in whatever scope or practice that they are working on. So 3,200 hours, that means that for the esthetician portion, I believe it's 1,200 I think it's 1,000. It's 1,000. No. For the apprenticeship program on the SD side, when they're talking about when they're doing the facials, when you break it down to the practice. Okay, but I do know that the apprenticeship program is 3,200 hours, which equals almost 18 months, okay? So if we're telling the schools, if we're taking Cosmos out, we're taking manicurists out, they're doing the whole program, and we're saying that's not enough for them to have competency, to gain the foundation of competency to pass a test, then revisiting what the schools are teaching, as Christy said earlier, giving us back the power to regulate the schools is even a bigger issue, a bigger factor, because if I went to school for 3,200 hours and then I couldn't pass a written or a practical exam, I would have more of a problem with the education I just gotten paid for than not passing a test for one scope of practice. So I want everybody to just think of the big overall picture of what we're saying, right? We're saying you just completed 600 hours and we still want you to take a test. We're saying to the schools, you can or cannot put the onus on the student to show up, to give them the hands-on practice, to give them the basic safety sanitation procedures, and then they don't pass, then there's hands off. So I think I'll go back to saying, take the emotion out of it and really look at the scope of what it is that the precedent that we want to set. So if we say, or you say individually bringing back something, what does that look like? What is the precedent? What is the message that you're sending to the schools out there, to the licensees who want to take and focus on this particular scope of practice, with adding back the practical? Yes.
Just to revisit the specific aesthetics, the look at the aesthetics industry, I thought that was important because in cosmetology, as hairstylists, it is pretty standard in the industry to be an apprentice after you've been licensed, or have some type of mentorship where you work on the floor as an assistant. But that is very, very unusual in aesthetics. And so you have someone who's going to school, taking a written test only, and then gets a job. Sometimes they'll have them test with a facial on a salon manager. But a lot of times that newly licensed esthetician who is untested on their hand skills now is in a treatment room with an individual, a paying customer. And there's very little oversight over the licensed estheticians in those treatment rooms. So I just thought we could differentiate those, just because it's very, very different how you move forward after you have your license, as far as having some type of a mentorship or training. So that was a perspective, even though I realize we have a challenge because you can do facials with a cosmetology license in this state. So I recognize that. I just thought it would be important to break out how it's different once you have that license and you don't typically have an assistant program after the license. Yeah.
One more thing. To Kelly's point, it's the same with manicures. We were definitely very unique that we had a paid training program with nail techs, because that was the way that I was taught at the Claremont Hotel Resort. So that's what I did with my employees. They were paid to shadow, to watch, for me to feel, for them to feel. And that process really made a difference in the licensed manicures that they became. It made a difference. And thank you for sharing, President Farley, about the hours, but we don't even have an option as apprenticeship as a manicurist or as an esthetician. And the hours, the 3,200, that's wonderful, but that's only if you are an apprentice, right? You said 3,200 hours?
Right, so 3,200 hours covers the entire scope of
cosmetology as an
So the
apprenticeship.
manicurist,
But if
esthetician.
if you don't go through the apprenticeship program, Cosmo is what, 1,200 hours?
1,000.
1,000. So, I mean, so then I don't know that that's a reasonable argument, because everyone doesn't go through the apprenticeship program. If they did, that's a wonderful motto, especially when you have great seasoned professionals like yourself. But if you're just getting the 1,000 hours and now you're just sent, or less, and you're just sent out there to work. So these are just things to consider. I understand, bringing back the practical, it may be antiquated. It just may not be the motto, but I think we should consider the data and also look at continuing education.
Yes, go ahead, Kirsten.
So I just wanted to provide a little bit more data. It's not in your packet because we just ran it this morning. And that is, we ran, and Carrie, feel free to jump in because Carrie's the data person. We ran a report of citations that were issued for the last 4 years. And 85% of those citations that were issued were to individuals who had taken the practical and the written, and 15% of the individuals were individuals who had only taken the written. Is that correct, Carrie? Did I get that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's over just the last 4 years
Yes.
since the practical went away.
Correct.
So again, it goes to what we were talking about, as the DRC members have said, that, we're seeing a lot of people. The other thing I want to mention to the board is we are working on our sunset report, which is going to be our next item. This report has to be approved at the November meeting because it has to be submitted to the legislature. This is a lot of work to throw in such a controversial project this late in the game. I do want to tell the board that even if this is not placed into sunset, the board has the power, for lack of a better word, to seek out its own legislator to carry a bill. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that the board could decide next year, yep, we want the practical back. And we could go try to find an author that's willing to do that and move forward in that manner. So I just didn't want you to think that there's a couple time constraints for on here. We can certainly try to pull some data and provide that data at the next board meeting, but that decision has, if you want it in sunset, it has to be made at the next board meeting, because then, and it's going to have to be verbatim what we want in sunset, because you're looking at the final sunset review, and your motion at the November board meeting is going to have to be, we approve the sunset report, and it could be like with the added, and it's going to have to be exact. We can't make like a, we want you to add the practical exam to sunset, because then the board would have to reapprove that again, the actual language that we're putting in sunset. So I just want to caution us on the timeline for the sunset report, but I also want you to know that the board has the ability to seek out its own author for bills. Continuing education has been brought up by the industry many times, and we've never been successful. I shouldn't say we, I haven't done anything myself. There has been no success with even getting it into a bill. So that's the industry trying to go to legislators, trying to get it just put into the bill, because it's just not been looked favorably upon any industry for continuing education, whether we agree with that or not. But I just wanted you to know that as well. And so that's, I just wanted to add that additional information that we have.
Well, on that, I would say, I don't think time is of the essence on this topic. I think moving in a direction of having something, another check and balance, is something I would be all for. But I don't think people are slipping through the cracks like crazy with citations and malpractice. So I don't think this has to be pushed right now, but I really appreciate the discussion and tabling it to the next year.
Danielle has her hand up.
And
Yes,
if-
Danielle, I see your hand up.
Okay. So, and what I'm looking at from this angle, my angle is if we're going to change something, it has to be, because like my threshold is a data anomaly. Like we're looking at our data and there's this like really big percentage that went off to the west, right? And we need to look at what's causing that. So if we don't have data anomalies right now, we don't really have a lot to justify changing an entire process. However, the one data anomaly I will say is, again, the Spanish test rate. So if it's not this as the potential causal factor, we've got to continue to look. But in terms of the practical, if you want to change the practical, maybe it does make sense for certain industries. You want to look at data anomalies. And then when you see that, then that can make a case. So just to kind of ground us in like what would be a threshold to change an entire process would be a data anomaly.
Thank you, Danielle. Board members, anyone else have anything they would like to say? Yes, Colette.
Yeah, just listening to everyone's discussion, the one thing that I find interesting about the word inclusivity being used and breaking down barriers is I kind of feel like if we table this, that's fine. But I think looking at examinations as a whole, because there's some folks who don't do well at a written, there's better that do hands-on. So maybe not bringing back what once was, but perhaps looking at something newer. Maybe there's an option for an assessment that is hands-on. So maybe that is the exam or something to kind of look at it in a different, fresh set of eyes, because I am an industry member, but I also work for the state doing examinations. So there's so many different ways to test somebody, but it's kind of like, what are you kind of looking for? And if we're looking for health and safety, in my opinion, I don't really care so much about the weight of a written exam. I want to see dexterity. I want to see, is somebody like using a sharps container? Are they washing their hands? Are they using, proper protocols per the regulations? So perhaps maybe that's more of looking at it looking at the future is perhaps maybe not what we had before, but maybe something new, modern, and more inclusive. So it's just my thought.
Thank you so much, Colette.
That's actually a great point. And I think that is definitely something we could look at as well. And we could even talk to our exam vendor. There is another state or two, I'm not positive, that do what they call a written practical. I don't know that in the exam world that may be a true term, but that's what they're calling it, as a written practical. And it's my understanding the way that works is it's still done on a computer, but there might be situations like a video shown, or it's a different way of thinking to where you can test more, not necessarily physical hands-on, but more situational. So we could look into that as well. And then again, there is also the aspect that we don't have a lot of authority over our schools. And if we had more authority over our schools, maybe we could hold them more accountable. Maybe we could do a required practical exam to graduate. There's nothing that says that now. And that's one of the things that I found interesting in Minnesota is that it's a state developed exam. They still have to take a very similar exam that all of our licensees take in Minnesota, and a written only. But their schools that they regulate have to provide the state issued practical exam in order to get basically that proof of training. So there are different ways to think about it out there. And we could do something like a task force and invite in our testing developers. DCA has a testing team that could help us as well and really look at more details and data as well to determine what the best route is.
Thank you, Christy. Any other board members? No? At this time,
Christy, would we need to put that forward if we wanted to develop a task force to explore possibly putting the mandate back on schools? A practical examination on schools?
We don't need a motion to set up a task force. The president has the authority to do that. We would only need a motion today if you have a desire, if the board has a desire to say like, yes, we're doing this, or no, we're not doing this. That's what we would want the motion for if you were to do that today. But no, we can continue moving forward with however direction we see fit.
if the board doesn't have any more questions or suggestions, we're going to open it up to public comment. And as a reminder, for public comment, we are limiting you to approximately 3 minutes. And the board, just a reminder that we do not respond back to the public comments. At this time, we are open to public comments in the room, and then we will open up online.
Super. Thanks, Madam President. Fred Jones, Professional Beauty Federation. Just quickly for some of the new members, I've had the privilege of representing the Federation. This is my 25th year. I've missed one state board meeting during that time, so I'm a diligent advocate. I'm a lawyer, but I've learned a lot about industry professionals in that quarter of a century. And it's common sense that this is a hands-on based industry. It's not accountants, it's not lawyers. And if you can't perform physically, you have no right being in a salon or a shop. It doesn't matter how much knowledge you have. I think we lost the practical exam long before SB 803. It was when aggregate scoring was buried by the Department of Consumer Affairs Office of Public Examinations and psychometricians who decided that the practice of the state board to that point was to aggregate the written and the practical scores and give extra points to the practical score, which meant if someone may have struggled with the written exam for whatever reason, if they performed extra well with their demonstration, their practical demonstration, they would get a license. And so when those two scores were separated, then the practical exam just became another hurdle to licensure because it didn't matter. You get 100% on the practical, but if you don't get the minimum score on the written, you fail, or vice versa. And it didn't make any sense by that point. And so what we were fighting for from an industry perspective and you as state board during the SB 803, it didn't make a lot of sense, our position, especially since barriers to licensure was a real driving force behind SB 803. So if you're going to do a task force and if you're going to reconsider bringing back the practical exam, understand the history and purpose of why and how this state board used to actually examine and give scores. And it should make the practical skills prevail. And that was the word the law actually said for purposes of grading the licensing exam. And during COVID, I went to NIC, the provider of our exam. I went to the state of Texas, and we were trying to develop, we being the industry, NIC, the test vendor, and I was working with the state of Texas.
15 seconds.
An online practical exam where people could come online and there would be a proctor online. And there were all sorts of promising opportunities with that. So I do believe we can bring back the practical without having to bring back the infrastructure and cost. So let's have that discussion.
Thank you, Fred.
Hi, good morning. Jamie Schrabeck, Precision Nails. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm a licensed manicurist and establishment owner. And I have been coming to these meetings since 2005 and have seen us get rid of the instructor license. That was a fight that we had many years ago. The practical exam, I think we have to go back and look at what it was when we got rid of it. It was a pantomime done on a dummy head or a dummy hand. When I took the test years ago in 1992, I had to bring a model with me. And I remember panicking, thinking, if I get assigned a pedicure, do I start with the right foot or the left foot? Like, who cares? The harm comes from, and I can say this as someone who works as an expert witness, the harm comes from invasive procedures. The harm comes potentially from dirty tools, but even more so from the invasive procedures where cuts happen, abrasions happen. I mean, what are we going to have people do? Demonstrate that they can wash their hands and not put too much pressure on a person's skin? It seems really impractical to have a practical exam that has to be done in person. Again, on a mannequin makes no sense when the schools have all these hours. And I would advocate for what Minnesota does. In fact, I am a CE provider in the state of Minnesota. That's not anything anyone else in this room can say, as far as I know. I also provide CE in Ohio. I'd love to have a CE requirement, but I have been here for those discussions many years ago as well, because I realized that any continuing education requirement we have would be remedial education for people who did not have the best experience or might have had experience long ago, and we know these laws change and people don't keep up. We understand that, especially you see that at DRC, I'm sure. So I think we have to be reasonable about what it is a practical exam could do and what it does in terms of health and safety, and it doesn't do everything we think it does. I think it belongs at the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Do we have any more? Oh, yes, we do.
Good morning. I'm Gary Federico, retired from Federico Beauty Institute. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Jones set up taking a look back in regards to what he was saying, using the written and the practical exam made a lot of sense. I think Jamie came up and said something very about, I think there's, like what Christy or others have said, there's a new way. We just got to figure it out and how to go about doing it. I'm really sick of people that are sitting in the Capitol over there telling what our industry needs or what it doesn't need. They keep stripping and stripping and stripping away until down the line, we will not have anything. So as a wonderful board members as you are, keep fighting for us. We need it, you know, and everything's not on the schools in every way, shape, or form. I'm sorry, but the people that are attending schools now after going through COVID, it's a whole different animal out there, as I mentioned probably at the last state board meeting. But we just need to unite and come up with a better way so that we can test our individuals, our graduates. And yes, we do an in-house situation too for testing. But that's still not enough, I don't believe, in any way, shape, or form. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else inside the room? Okay, now we will go to any public comments to our viewers online.
For our online participants, now is the time to raise that hand by tapping the hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no online requests, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Thank you so much. If there is no more public comments, yes, we will continue. Excuse me, give me one moment. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Are there any board members that want to make a motion for the apprenticeship, I'm sorry, for the practical, for the practical exam to be brought back, or are we going to consider tabling this until after sunset? I will start out by saying, or maybe I shouldn't, I don't want to influence you like that. I will say that I would definitely, for those of you who are passionate about this and you want to continue this conversation, that we have to be realistic on the timing and realistic with what that looks like. And if it's not something that we are going to be able to commit to by sunset, then we table it and bring it up and have this discussion after sunset, which will be taking us into 2026. I think out of all fairness that we should not disregard what you may want to do or how you may want to continue the discussion, but realistically, is this something that we can bring up and be finalized by sunset? I'll leave that up to you. Anybody?
Yeah, I agree that the sunset is the most paramount today, and this discussion was super important, and I love everyone's input online and here. And I think I move this to the 2026 agenda, the first meeting of the year.
We've been instructed no motion needed, so we will make sure that we bring this back in our January, well, I will say 2026, because it will be definitely after sunset. Okay? All right. Good job, guys. And we will take a 10-minute break before we go into sunset. So it is now 11:11. So please be back by 11:21. Okay. I'm sorry, are you ready? What's that? What? Caesar. Thanks, Bryce. Caesar usually always says, wait a minute. Okay, thank you. So right now we're going to have Monica recall the roll, please.
For in-person attendance, Tanya Fairley,
Present.
Kelly Funk,
Present.
Megan Ellis,
Present.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Present.
Paulette Kavanaugh,
Present.
Tamika Miller,
Present.
Steve Weeks.
Present.
For those joining us through WebEx, Anthony Bertram,
Present.
Michelle Edgar, Daniel Munoz,
Present.
and then Sonar Lamelli, absent, and Callie Maytham, absent. We have a quorum.
Okay, I'll watch for Michelle to pop back up on our screen, but I did need to do one little housekeeping item for our members that we have virtually, we do need to ask if you are in the room alone or if you have any adult attendees at your location. Danielle?
Say that again?
Or if we just need to confirm for the Open Meeting Act if you are in your room alone or if you have any adult attendees with you.
Oh, I'm alone.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go next to Anthony.
Yes, alone.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And checking to see if Michelle Edgar has logged back in. Okay. I guess we'll just go ahead and get going.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Christy so that we can now talk about the review, discussion, and possible approval of the board's 2026 Sunset Review Report.
Thank you. So what we have, and we're not going to ask for a motion for approval today. What we need to know today is if you have any edits to our sunset report, and we'll make those edits and bring it back to you at our November meeting. And at the November meeting is when we will ask for your final report. So this is basically the last chance. This report is due first part of January. And then our next board meeting is November something? 17th. So we are giving it to you today. It is in draft form, as you can tell by the giant draft sign. There's a lot of attachments that go into the sunset report. And so we wanted to make sure you understood that we did not attach those at this meeting. It's organization charts, it's attendance records, it's factual information that we're going to be attaching. That will all come to you at the next meeting. It's usually 2 volumes. So it's going to be quite extensive at the next meeting, but those attachments aren't things that can change, right? So they're not, you certainly should look at them and approve them, but they are factual items that we'll be attaching. So we decided to save paper on this one and not attach those items. And so what we have is the formal draft of the entire sunset report. I'm just going to go start walking through it. And I think I'll pause after every few bits and you can tell me what you think, if you have any opinions. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to start with page 1. You can see it's one of 86 pages. So our first section 1, and sunset is a template. So we get provided a template from the legislature, and we basically answer the questions for the template. I'm going to pause real quick because I do want to make note for the record that we have Michelle Edgar back. And Michelle, I just need to ask you real quick if you are in your room. For the record, are you in your room alone, or do you have anyone over the age of 18 with you?
No, I'm here alone.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we are on page 1. So section 1 is background and description of the board and regulated profession. So this is, you can see it's a history of the board. It's kind of, the history is what the history is, right? So we've added that information in. Page 2 is the function of the board. Again, this is factual information so far. And then what we have added into the sunset report, which I believe we've talked about in the past, is the function of consumer harm in the industry. As we've talked about, there is concerns over continuing regulation of this industry. So in talking with that previously, what we've done here is we've added some information to sort of show the harm that could happen with our industry. So I'm not going to read this section verbatim, but I did want to show you that on page 3. Steve has his finger up. Yes, Steve.
Yeah, no, you're on page 3. I'm on page 4.
Okay. All right. So on page 3, we are showing a scalp burn that could happen. On page 4, we're showing some skincare harm that can happen, as well as a pedicure that can happen. we've got these pictures through our Office of Public Affairs. So they're legitimate pictures that we could put online. They're not by any means actual cases that we've dealt with. But we want to show that. And, you know, one of the reasons is because a lot of people just don't understand the harm that is capable of in this industry. And to be quite honest, these are fairly light, to be honest, but we have to use like actual images that we can put in a documentation.
That was my question exactly. I agree, including the legislators. I mean, most people say, well, it's a haircut. What can go wrong? It is very common. And it's a good idea to add the what consumer harm could be caused, but I think it's a little too light. I think we need to be a little bit deeper in that. I've got some suggested verbiage if I can.
Sure.
Okay. On the bottom of page, probably this would go on the bottom of page 4.
Okay.
First would be the average consumer visits a barber or cosmetologist from 6 to 24 times a year. In California, the hair businesses are trusted spaces where high health and safety standards are monitored and maintained. If not monitored by our board, they can result in additional serious injuries to the public, like, I'm going to do 3 more that we haven't. I have cuts and puncture wounds, burns from hot tools, chemical burns, allergic reactions, eye, hands, and feet injuries, and improper sterilization. So I thought maybe crunch it a little bit there. And then on the bottom, although we cover this a little later on, just a 2-sentence punch here saying, California maintains the highest health and safety standards because of this board's diligence in protecting the public by performing both unannounced inspection and directed inspections in response to any public complaints. We maintain these high standards by performing more than 6,000 inspections by our licensed facilities annually. So those 2 things.
Great. Perfect. Any other comments so far? Yay. Good. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Steve. All right. So we'll skip to page 5. This is a description and makeup and the functions of each of the board's committees. So what we've done is listed all of our committees that we have under the board. This comes directly from our board member manual that we all receive in January. So again, that's pretty standard information on what we do. We also have added the apprenticeship program sponsor appeal committee. For those of you who served on that, we've had one of those hearings. We have another one scheduled here in a couple weeks, I believe. And then you can see our first highlighted section for C attachment for attendance. We provide attendance for the last 5 years of board members at board meetings. So you can imagine it's a very long document. So that's why we chose to make it an attachment and not include it at this one, but you will see it at the next meeting. And then we have our board committee member roster. So that is our roster of all of your names, your date you appointed, and your terms, who appointed you, and the type of position that you hold, industry versus public. All right, page 7 talks about, it's going more into depth. In the past 4 years, was the board unable to hold any meetings due to a lack of a quorum? We've only had to cancel 1 meeting. And honestly, it's been the only 1 meeting I've ever had in my entire time being with the board. And it was because we had 2 very unfortunate circumstances with some members. So I think that's pretty good. Number 3 is we describe any major changes to the board since the last sunset review, including but not limited to, and then we describe all of our changes. So internal changes. We've changed our organizational structure quite a bit, so we explain it on page 7. We've added an enforcement chief, a licensing chief. We've added additional managers to our teams to make our staffing. We had 1 licensing manager who had 20 plus staff. So now we've been able to reclass positions where we had them to restructure our organization. This includes, we also mentioned talking about the practical exam earlier. We closed 2 of our examination facilities. We had our move. We relocated, as most of you know, into this building. We're just upstairs. We have our strategic plan established. We implemented our mobile inspection program, which is where our inspectors are using iPads to conduct inspections. Moving to page 8, we have to list any and all legislation sponsored by the board and affecting the board since the last sunset review. So again, sunset review was a while ago. So this is several pages of all the bills that have had either direct impact to us. Some are department-wide bills that we have implemented. Some of our military expedites are within here. And so this goes on to page, oops, 11, I believe. Nope, 14. So I'm sorry, it's legislation and regulations. So you'll see that on page 12, we're now talking about regulation changes that we've made. So you will see all the regulations that most of you have all been involved with. So it's just a brief summary about any law that passed, any piece of legislation, or any regulation that's changed since our last sunset review. Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none. On page 14, it also asks us to describe any major studies conducted by the board. We consider our major studies occupational analysis. That is when the process of developing an exam. So not only does our exam vendor, we use PSI, they conduct occupational analysis, but we're actually required to also conduct occupational analysis. So we work with the DCA's Office of Professional Examination Services to conduct those occupational analysis. And again, those are thick documents that we will attach to the final sunset report. But again, they can't be changed. Yes, Kelly.
Under 2021 occupational analysis of aesthetics, it does have the word barbers in that paragraph.
And we saw that. Someone else pointed that out. Yep, thank you. And like 20 people read this. I still missed that. Okay, so we have our different occupational analysis, and then on page 15, we have, question number 5 is list the status of all national associations, which the board belongs. We don't belong to any national associations at this time. We do use a national examination, though. It's conducted by PSI. Believe they are in many states, 9 different states right now. And that is section 1. So it's kind of a background of the board. Any comments on section 1? Seeing none, I will go to section 2. Section 2 is fiscal and staff. This is a hard section to do. I want to thank DCA's budget office. They help us tremendously on this section. So is the fund condition continuously appropriated? Our fund is set by annually. It's developed annually. It's part of the governor's budget and goes through the approval of the legislature. Table 2 is our current fund condition. So that's our fund condition, like our whole shebang. It's our beginning balance, our revenues and transfers, total resources. And so you'll see that, most of our boards who've been here see our budget report in the board meetings, know that we have a healthy budget. This shows that in 26-27, we'll have 17 months in reserve.
Also, I'm glad you showed the fact that we get an action.
Yes. Yes.
It's because of you that I pay attention to that now.
All right. On the next page, we talk about expenditures by program component. So this is when we take all of our expenditures that we've spent in a year and we look at our staffing for each of those units. So we look at everything we've spent on enforcement. So we look at all of our enforcement staff. And then our OE&E is operating equipment and
Expenditures?
been saying it for 30 years and now I can't think of what OEM stands for. But it's basically our expenses, like of materials, not people. So we look at the number of staff we have in each of these units. That's broken down. And then we look at what we've expended in costs, and that's broken down. And it's all based on the number of people that are in each of those units, right?
It is by per person?
No, this is total. So we'll just look at fiscal year 21, 22. So of the amount of our expenditures for these dollars are in the thousands. So basically $4.1 million was in personnel services for enforcement. 1.5 was in OE&E, so expenses. It could have been travel. I'm not sure if travel's in there. It could have been, we might have needed new computers. It could have been new cell phones, any type of equipment that was related to the staffing for enforcement. And then we have our examinations. You can see that we have no personnel services there. We did obviously prior because we had staff that did the practical exam. So this is our expenses for our examinations. So basically this is the money that goes back out mostly to PSI for the cost of the examination, but also some of our occupational analysis, the costs that are involved in that are in examinations as well. Our licensing is what it costs us to process applications and everything that comes with it. Administration is our budget analyst. I believe it's like me and Carrie are considered in administration. So it's everyone that does sort of that overarching administration support to the board. DCA pro rata is something that all boards are required. It's how we get legal counsel. It's how we get contracts. There's, unit and DCA for everything. We have HR and DCA. We have contracts and DCA, and that all comes out of DCA pro rata. And then we don't have diversion, but we keep it on the table because that's how the table looks. So any questions on that? Okay, we'll move on to page 18. This is our fee schedule, and we haven't had any fee changes, and we haven't had any, we don't have a need for any fee change at this time, which is super good. But what it's going to show you is the current fee, the statutory limit, and then the revenue for each of those for the next several years, and then the percent of the revenue. So for instance, we did them by license type, by alphabetical. So if you look at barber license fee, so the barber licensing fee is $50. Our statutory limit is $50. Our revenue is $154,000 in 21-22. And so that's what came in from barber licensees fees. Now we also have a fee for the examination and application. So you can see that under cosmetology application and examination fee. And there's an asterisk for the statutory limit because the statute says that we can only charge what it costs us to process an application and exam. And so we've done studies, and so that's the fee is set at, you can see it's at $75. That's the cost that we created when we did the regulations many years ago. So the statutory limit, if our costs go up, that would give us the authority to relook at that and determine if we need to increase those costs. And the legislature has said, you can do that, but you can only charge what you pay to get the job done. We can't just, come up with a number out of the blue to profit. And then the very last column is the percent of total revenue. So you can see, this is a huge breakdown. It goes on to the next page. You can see just the percentage of each of the breakdowns. You can see 21% of our total revenue comes from cosmetology renewal fees. That's because we have over 300,000 licensed cosmetologists. So our volume is so high that that's why you're going to see where those fees come in. Any questions? Mm-hmm.
Do you sit down once a year with Department of Consumer Affairs and go over these numbers, and they may make suggestions of where we should raise fees, or you may make suggestions?
Yes, we go over, we have a whole budget meeting where we go over everything budget related and, you know, obviously we don't need to raise fees, but let's just say we had to, that's the discussion we would be having because they're looking at the global picture of our budget and would have any recommendations that they have for us.
And you do that annually then?
Yes. All right, so moving on to page 19, there's a section for staffing issues. We had, as you all know, or most of you know that aren't new, had some vacancy issues in the past, but we have not been operating we've been operating with very few vacancies for quite some time now. So we have no vacancies issues at this time, but we've explained what, again, sunsets for the last 5 years. So we talk about everything going back 5 years ago to current. And then we also have to talk about staff development efforts. So we've included all of the different types of training that we've provided to our staff. That's under number 15 on page 20. And then on page 21, you can see that the total costs, that's the costs that we've spent each year on staff development. So we're fortunate enough to have an internal training office in DCA. And so we do a lot of training that's no cost to us. But we do training that's outside of the scope of that. For instance, every manager has to go through an extensive training when they get hired. And so that has a cost. We've sent our special investigators and our inspectors to different types of training from outside of the scope of our training facility. So that has cost to it as well. Any questions? Right. All right. Next is section 3. Section 3 is a lot of data. I want to thank Carrie Harris, who, as you guys know, is our data person, and she almost killed me several times in this process. So this is all of our licensing population for those 4 years. So it talks about, at the beginning, I'll use the example of establishments. It's our active establishments. I'm not sure why we would have out-of-state establishments.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
So
I had an asterisk.
it could be a corporation that has an address out of state.
But we license that?
Well,
The corporation, I'll have to double check
we will
those.
double check those. And same with out of country, those should be 0 because we don't license out of country. Delinquent or expired, that's currently the number of delinquent or expired establishment license that we have. Retired status, we don't have a requirement that licensees tell us if they're retired. Other boards do, but we don't. But if people tell us, we code our system.
So I have a question because this is a little bit alarming. So I want to understand when we have delinquent last expired, I think I brought this up before at board meetings. What is the process of notifying a licensee that they need to renew their establishment license? Because I know when, as a licensee, I don't get a notification. I just need to know when my license expire. So looking at this I look at this as we have 10,420 licensees out there operating or possibly operating with a delinquent or expired license.
So everyone gets a notice. So if you're not getting your renewal notice, we need to figure out why.
Okay.
A notice goes out about 83 days. So a notice goes out 83 days in advance of the expiration date because you can't renew too early. The breeze won't let you. So you get your renewal notice and that goes to every individual and establishment. Then you get a delinquent notice and that goes out after it's delinquent or 30 days after it's been delinquent.
I believe it's 30 days after.
That's what I thought too. So then a delinquent notice goes out. So you get 2 notices. Now, if it doesn't go through, we have establishments that have specific mailing addresses. Some establishments want their mail sent to their home. If they don't tell us their new address, it goes to the wrong address. So there are some that get returned, but it is a courtesy notice, but it is, they do, 2 notices go out to every single one of our licensees. Now, I would not say that there are 10,000 establishments that are operating. It's very likely that there's some, for sure. There's a lot, as you know, in DRC, we get a lot of people that say, I totally forgot to renew my license, or our inspectors find it every day, I forgot to renew. Usually they renew right away and we get it handled. But establishments change hands a lot. And usually we try to catch that at the time somebody else applies. Someone might not apply, so that they thought their license was good from their previous owner and it's expired, and really it should be closed.
Okay.
So there's a lot of different things, especially with establishment licenses. When
Christy,
it comes,
question so we have 10,420 in that category. Are those 10,000 included in any way of our 55,000 published establishments that we have?
Carrie, do you know that answer?
Yes,
They are included.
yes. Because see that we have 49,000 active. So if you add the 10,000, then that's 59,000. So yes.
I'm not sure I don't think that's what Steve asked. I think you mean in like when we talk about at board meetings, like
the number gross number we get at our meetings.
Yes.
But evidently this 10,420 is included in the 53 or 54,000. But how can we include an expired license in our list of active establishments? I guess that's list of establishments.
Yeah, because that was my,
Necessarily active.
that not necessarily active. So just total, would that active actually be just total of establishments? And then we have, of the total of the 49,000, we have 10,000? Or is this in addition to?
It's in addition to.
Yes.
Do we separate delinquent from expired in that number when we add together for the gross number?
Delinquent and expired are the
Well,
same.
they're the same thing.
We call it the same thing. So that if once they expire, they become delinquent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But they can be an expired license for, what's the next step?
Well, then they have to, if they don't pay, they get charged a delinquency fee.
Right.
So they have to pay, I think the delinquency fee is $25 for an establishment. And so now they owe $75. And then I know for individual licenses, you can only be expired for 5 years. Is it the same for establishments?
Yes.
Okay, so you can only be expired for 5 years.
At
You can
5 years, you
renew,
wash them out of the,
and then
wash them out of those total.
cancel.
Perfect.
And you can no longer renew. Now, if you let your license expire for
You can't
4
renew.
years, you have to pay all those back renewal fees. So you have to bring it current because now, and so you're going to owe $75 for the prior 2 years, $75 for the 2 years prior to that. And then, but if it passes that 5-year mark from the expiration date, you have to reapply. And if you're an individual license, you have to take the exam again.
We wash them from this number.
Correct. Any other questions on that info? All right, we will move on to page 24. This talks about our performance measures, our performance targets. So we always have a performance measure that we look at. We have our target for how many days we want to process applications and then what our actual is. And you can see that we're amazing. We have a great licensing team, as you guys all know. I've talked about it at our board meetings for quite some time. And we are continuing today to operate with such good work. And it really has to do with not having vacancies, having a great team. We have James, who's in our front row right here, who's our licensing chief. We just are processing better than we've ever processed before. I've been here for 20 years and we're processing better than I've been here for 20 years. So you can see our actual targets are really, really good. And one of the things, I think we've probably talked about this, but our re-exams pretty much are getting done within, if you apply online, they're getting done within a day, 2 days, 3 days max. So yeah, we can toot our own horns on that one. And then number 17 is talking about Any decreases in the board's average time, of course, we're just reinforcing that we are processing at a great time frame, so people are getting through our system better than they ever have. And then on page 6, we start going into more data, and that is license data by type. So this is for the next several pages. This is data, and we broke it out by our license type because they are so different. And so basically you can see the top one is barber, and the top lines we have fiscal year 21-22. So we have how many license exams we received, how many we approved, how many we closed, our pending application counts, and then our application processing times.
What does the close represent?
Carrie?
The close represents applications that were not like processed for whatever reason.
Started the process and then.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on that data? We go on to all of our different license types. It's a lot of data. It goes all the way through page 31. All right, I will go ahead and continue. We are on page 32, number 18. How many license registrations has the board denied over the past 4 years? So here is information about how we deny applications. 15 applications were denied based on criminal history that is determined to be substantially related. And then what we've done is described each of those and why they were denied. So we deny for some of the most egregious cases. And so we've given a breakdown of exactly what we've denied for.
Christy, are those years that they were implemented or codes or something? The 2013, 2019, or on the left of the chart?
That was the year that the crime occurred,
Oh, okay.
because we have very specific business and profession code that lays out what timeframes we can deny criminal convictions for. And it's 7 years after the conviction date or the date they were paroled. And so that's why the dates were put there for what year the crimes occurred in. Some of these people were in prison for a while. And so you'll see that like the first one, 2013, is obviously more than 7 years ago, but they didn't get out of prison until within the time frame that we could deny this for.
That's crazy. Yeah. Prostitution we should allow.
And then they're grouped together, right? So this indicates 15 license applications. So the first one, that was just that one crime, but then you'll see the second person had those 2 crimes.
Okay.
And then the third person had 3 crimes, and then the fourth person had 1 crime. Yes.
And I think it's important to know that we don't just look at the code. We look at the whole package of what took place.
Yes.
Just keep that in mind. Like sometimes something seems really bad on paper and it actually might not be that bad, but sometimes it's the opposite as well. So
I think the interesting thing about these numbers, though, that in all these years, and given the thousands and thousands of individuals we interface with on licensing, 15 people.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising.
And then number 19 talks how we verify this information. So we explain, again, we don't do fingerprint checks. We do, the person does self-attest to their convictions. And so that's explaining the process that we look for. Next, we talk about on page 33, we talk about prior discipline imposed by the board or other Department of Consumer Affairs bureaus, and what process we do. We require all of our applicants for personal service permits have to have their fingerprints done because the board's saying, yes, you can go into somebody's home, right? So the personal service permit is our only one that we do fingerprint checks on, but everything else is done by the applicant is attesting to that on their application under penalty of perjury. If we find out later down the line for some reason that they were untruthful on their application, we usually go straight to a revocation of their license for that. All right, moving to page 34, describe the board's legal requirement and process for out-of-state and out-of-country applicants. So we've listed the legal requirement for out-of-state licensing as well as out-of-country licensing. So something we'll talk about a little more on one of our new issues that's coming up. The next page is 35. We're describing the board's process for considering military education. Let's see, we don't have any military education. We're exempt from military, somebody can do services on the military base, but they don't have to be licensed, correct?
Right. This is if they want to use that experience to get a California license.
I have a question. I'm sorry, going back on the out-of-state licensing, because I didn't see it here. What is our verification process for the out-of-state licensing? I see the procedure for them to get an out-of-state license, but once they send this information in, what do we do on the verification side to one for fraud? Because, in DRC, I think it was just this last one, we had, what was that? 3 or 4 from Washington. So why would that not be included in this?
So this is as the current law is written. We're going to be asking for additional information to be added to the law in our new issues.
Thank you. Okay.
But basically, you have to provide a certification, and that certification comes from the state. So we don't accept it. You can't come in and say, here's my cert from Washington. It comes directly to us from the state officials.
It doesn't mean that it was not fraudulently submitted to the state to begin with. Okay. Okay.
All right, on page 35, we have how many licenses has the board waived fees for the requirements pursuant to Business and Professions Code section 114.3. That is a military option for someone who's in the military who comes. The entire department implemented a process via the legislature for militaries to be able to get into the state and practice quickly. And this shows a chart of renewal fees. Is it renewals if they're out of country, if they're currently deployed, Carrie?
Yes.
So this is how many, we will waive the renewal fee for active military. I think, is it active military or active military spouse?
This is active duty members specifically.
So it's only active duty. So this is how many people were active duty and asked, and we waived their renewal fee. How many applications has the board expedited pursuant to a Business and Professions Code 115.5? So that's expediting for a spouse or domestic partner of an active duty member of the armed forces. So somebody gets, their significant other gets stationed in California and they just so happen to have their partner's a manicurist. So this is how many people we have expedited. We have a whole internal process for that. So over the last 4 years, it's been 321 expedited applications. Any questions? All right, next is examinations. Describe the examinations required for licensure. As we all know, we have our written examination, which is required. So we've described that. What are the pass rates? So listed below is the table below shows the pass rates for all languages combined for the first time test takers and examinees that retook the examination. So again, this is everyone. So they could have qualified by out of country. They could have qualified for via an apprenticeship program or a traditional school. And this is the first time pass rates and then their pass rates for when they retook the examination. And then next several pages are our examination data. So we start off with table 8A, which is the examination pass rates by language. So we've broken this out.
It's broken out by California exams and then national exams.
Okay, so the only California exam we give is our hairstylist license. So we're showing you each one for the hairstylist license of 23-24 by English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Korean, and Chinese. On the next page, we go into our national exam. So our national exam is all the other license types that take the examination: barber, cosmo, esthetician, electrology, and manicurist. And you'll see each of those pass rates by language. And again, Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong, this is all pathways, correct?
Correct.
On page 39 is our retake examinations, and that is data for the national exam by language. And then on page 40, we have our overall written examinations.
So this is everybody who took the exam, whether it was a first-time test taker or a retake, all combined.
It's everyone for those years, retakes and first-time test takers. Any questions?
Correct.
Exactly.
I was looking at this, and if you look at 2021, 2022, I know we were coming off of COVID, and to Danielle's point earlier about looking at the Spanish pass-fail rates, but I think the numbers from 2021, 2022 to the next fiscal year dropped by 50%. Is that when we changed didn't we have a change in right here? I'm on page 38, sorry. The national exam, first time written examinations. The first section is 21, 22. So we have Cosmo, we have them at 79%, but then over in the bracket for the Spanish candidates, we had 587 candidates with a 46% pass rate. Then we go down to the next fiscal year, we had 612. So we had more candidates with a 24% pass rate. So that dropped by more than 50%. And then it stays at the 26% for the next 3 years. What changed?
The exam changed a couple of months after the practical went away.
Yes.
So that would have been 2020, correct, Carrie?
No, it would have been
2022.
2022.
2022, yeah.
Yes.
So there was an exam change at that point.
So 2022, 2023 was the first year we rolled it out, right? Am I
correct?
So, and I remember we had because I remember this is the part of the sunset that I do remember that we, because we even met with PSI, we were having those discussions. However, 2024, 3, 4, 5, we're still at a 26% pass rate. That's a huge, significant. Yeah.
This is like the first meeting I attended when I ever came to the board. We're dealing with the same subject, and I mean, there should be some major reward we can give the board member that comes up with a definitive reason of why the Spanish pass rates are so long that we can all agree to. Throughout the years, we have, well, maybe this and maybe that, and maybe we won't look at it too carefully. We just got to get through this. It's the one unresolved question of this board for a decade.
I agree.
And I think the reason what pointed it out for me, though, is that it's consistent.
I will say that we don't have control over quality of education. We have done so much data that on looking at details of these Spanish pass rates to try to determine the cause. But at the end of the day, we have no control over quality of education at our schools, and we have the apprenticeship program, which we'll talk about shortly. And a large number of apprenticeship test takers are taking the Spanish exam. Very large number.
And out of country as well for that exam. And the dialects are all different. And the exam is given in the most universal language. So
But
that causes
we'll be
issues as
talking
well.
about it, I'm sure,
Yes.
again. Okay, so that data goes on until page 40. We're almost done with the licensing section, and then maybe we'll pause and open it up for any discussion or public comment at that point. Okay, so on page 41, this talks about our occupational analysis. So this is the dates for each of our occupational analysis that we've done. It asks us if we're using computer-based testing, which we have been for many years, actually started before I came to the board 20 years ago. If there are existing statutes that hinder the efficient and effective processing of the applications, we don't believe we're processing so well. We don't believe we have anything that hinders our processing. And then again, when did we conduct the occupational analysis to validate any for California specific exams? So we again talk about our only California specific exam is our hairstylist exam. It's fairly new. It was actually created during the last sunset. So we have a current occupational analysis. And I think, are we doing that again right now, Allison? The occupation? Okay, so it's an ongoing very long process for examination development that we work on. On page 42, we talk about schools. So describe the legal requirements regarding school approval, who approves your schools, and what role does the BPPE have in approving schools, and how does the board work with the BPPE in the school approval process? So as you all know, we both approve schools, BPPE and our board. We have a system with the BPPE because they have to get approved, you have to be approved by both entities. BPPE has a system where they will issue what they call an intent to approve, and often the intent to approve says, you know, we'll approve you as soon as you get Barbara Cosmo's approval. So we work together with BPPE on any new school applications. If we happen to approve it first, we let them know. If they happen to approve it first, they let us know. But we both make sure that we are on the same page on any new school approvals. How many schools are approved by the board? We currently have 274 schools. There's no authority to review a school's approval, and there's no renewal requirement, which we are going to address later as a new issue or maybe a response to last sunset. Again, I've brought this up several times with the board. We don't charge a fee for the application to approve schools. We do. Right, and we also don't have a renewal. So once a school gets approved by us, we basically have, you know, we can inspect for health and safety on their clinic floors, but that's it. We don't have any more oversight. And then continuing education and competency requirements, of course, we don't have any. So that section is, we've just stated that we have no continuing education requirements.
This is in general to the questions coming from the legislature, I would imagine on this. Are these questions given to you, they're the same questions every 4 years, or are they revising them as they're inquiring into our industry? And I'm curious about them putting the continuing education one on there when we're being told that they're the ones who wouldn't support it.
The questions are, it's a template for all boards.
Oh, it's okay.
They do change some. There's a lot that doesn't change. We start off with the function of the board at every single sunset report I've ever done. So there are some that might change a little bit, not usually so much in these areas. These areas are pretty standard, but the template's the same. It goes out to 8 boards that are all going through sunset at the same time.
Thank you. Just curious.
Okay. That concludes the licensing.
One more question on the continuing education. Is there an opportunity at all for us to put a little blurb together in one of these responses that shows that we would like to go down that road?
That would go in I believe that would go in a different section because this is asking us like status. Okay. If we wanted to request continuing education, it would go in a new issue because it would be new for us.
Thank you.
That's like section 9 or 10.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't we have this discussion that we've never been able to get continuing education on the map or approved? Is that
Correct.
what's been transpiring?
There's been other entities that have tried. There's been outside entities. I don't believe I've ever seen it in a bill. I don't believe anybody's ever gotten a legislator to put it actually in a bill to even get the process rolling.
Thank you.
Want to take a break, you said? No, we could pause here with this section and open it up to any, it doesn't look like any board members have any more comments, but I think we should open it up right now to public comment.
Okay, just to be fair, any board members have any other comments regarding everything that we've already went through? No? Carrie, did you raise your hand?
I did not.
You did that queen wave. All right, we will open it up to public comments in the room.
Thank you, Fred Jones again. First of all, it's very well written. Christie's opus. The background information was fantastic. Having said that, having worked for legislators, having lobbied them for 30 years, they read 2 pages max. So your first 2 pages are key. So I'm going to hearken back to what Mr. Weeks was saying earlier, and I'll use a crude phrase, harm porn. You need a lot more pictures of a lot worse injuries to grab their attention, and also make sure it translates well to black and white, not just color or on a computer, because that's probably what they're going to print out and see. So I would suggest harm porn in the first 2 pages. Thank you.
Message well received. Do we have any other? Here comes Jamie.
Jamie Schrebeck, Precision Nails again. I brought this up at the last meeting about the photographs, and hopefully we can get them in color, maybe splurge on color in this section. I think it also need to be highlighted, that last phrase that you have at the end. Let me put my glasses on here. The types of harm that are possible, that paragraph, you need to lead with that. And just reading through this, if I didn't know much about the industry, it would look like only women get injured. Like, who cares? I mean, some would be dismissive of that, unfortunately. So I think we need more representation in the types of injuries. And as Fred mentioned, they need to be more graphic. And we need to emphasize the fact, and this is addressed later, but of course it's buried, that there is no statute of limitations. There are no reporting requirements if there's a civil settlement of a case. There's no liability insurance required. I mean, there's so many things that people might assume equating this board to the medical board, which is not a fair equivalence at all. I think those facts need to be pulled from parts of this report that are, it's addressed later, but it's just a quick response. But it does go into this issue of, who's responsible for avoiding this harm. And we know that we have the Breeze system where the board provides information on licensees, but as we know, as licensees, we're not required to advertise or promote ourselves with our license number, sort of rendering Breeze, I don't want to say completely useless, but if someone were trying to do their due diligence before they either went to the particular service provider or hired one, again, we're sort of limited in the information that we have. One other thing I wanted to say was that, again, the harm ranges from just something very minor. Someone could report someone for not washing their hands before a service. Like, that's how inconsequential a complaint could be, right up to, someone died. I haven't come across a case like that, but I have certainly come across cases that involve amputations. That's serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Do we have any other comments for people inside? Okay, moderator, we will open it up to those online.
All right, WebEx is open for public comment on this portion of agenda item 4. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request online, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we will move on to section 4, which is the enforcement program. What are the board's enforcement performance targets? So we will talk a little bit about average number of days to complete complaint intake. You can see we do great in that area. Average number of days to complete closed cases not resulting in formal discipline. We are under our target in that area. Average number of days to complete cases resulting in formal discipline. Our target's 540 days and we are at 766 days. I believe we go into explaining some of that. I'm going to ask Carrie to go ahead and give us a little brief update on why that is.
Yes. So usually when we send somebody for discipline, we've inspected the location at least 3 times. So that takes a while, right? That takes several months to send an inspector out, issue a citation, wait for the citation to become public record, and then see if they're going to appeal, and then send the inspector out again to work that whole process over, right? Then once we get it to a point where they haven't been complying, usually unlicensed activity cases are the most common. If we've identified that they haven't been able to comply and they're not coming into compliance, then we'll send them to the Attorney General's office. And this is where a lot of time takes as well. The Attorney General's office has their own caseload. If we're not settling cases, then they need to be set for hearing. And like right now, for example, we're scheduling hearings into the spring with OAH. So those are.
OAH is?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Office of Administrative Hearings. And so those are just timeframes and processes that are not within our ability to affect, right? They're beyond our scope per se. It just depends on when hearings are being scheduled and how long it's taking the Attorney General's office to process our cases.
I have a question. So in this process, since we're almost at actual 3 years, almost 3-year process.
Yes.
Is there any type of stay or where they can't be in operation during this time, or are they still freely working?
In the majority of cases, they're still working because their case has not been adjudicated, right? And they, just like any other court, they are innocent until proven guilty, right? There are cases where people have committed crimes that raise to the level where we can get a what's called a PC-23, where the judge will say, no, you cannot work until this process is adjudicated. So there are some cases where they are unable to work. A lot of the times they're in prison though when that's happening because they're being held on criminal charges.
Okay.
Mhm. Remember, they're all allegations until there's an adjudication.
All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll move to number 32 is explain the trends in the enforcement data. So we just go through providing some information, complaints received. We had an increase in complaints received of about 12% per year. So our number of complaints are going up. Going to page 45 is where we're talking about that information. So this is our enforcement statistics. And so you can see for the last 4 years, we have all of our enforcement statistics, complaints, intake. So that's how many complaints we've received here. You can see they're gradually growing, 6,269 compared to 3 years ago, 4,514. And then we go through, this is very similar to what we report in our regular board meetings. Any convictions or arrests. I won't go through every single line item, but if you have any questions on this data, you can let me know. Seeing no questions. And that data goes on for several pages. Again, it really all it talks about our investigations. It talks about our citations and fines. Any criminal actions, so referred for criminal prosecution. You can see that we did have some of those in the last couple of years. Accusations is what is the pleading that we file to, with the allegations that we found. Interim action, our board doesn't do a lot of interim actions, but you can see Carrie just mentioned the PC 23 orders that were issued, and we have done a few of those each year. So those were where we saw there was significant issue enough to file that that pleading. Our disciplinary outcomes. So that's the result of filing formal discipline. You can see revocations at the top. That's, you know, the current year is 41 licenses were revoked, 12 surrendered. Our disciplinary actions, that's the proposed decisions, default decisions. Those are all your mail votes that you receive on a regular basis and what you're voting on. So that's a summary of those. Our probation reports, that's a summary of our probation. Subsequent discipline, that's a probationer who has then had additional action. Correct, Carrie?
Yes, so they were on probation and they did not comply, or maybe received another allegation that we sent to the AG's office to have them disciplined for.
We have, again, this is a template that's gone out to all boards. So we have substance abusing. We do not do any of that. Other boards do, so ours is not applicable. Petitions, what we do for reinstatement granted, you can see that. And then the petitions for reinstatements denied. And then diversion is something that other programs have that is not applicable to us. We do not have a diversion program. Table 10 goes into our enforcement aging. So it talks about our, how the amount of days that cases were closed within. So you can see cases closed within 90 days in fiscal year 21, 22, 2,983 cases were closed within 90 days, which is great. But then you can see those longer ones. Those are the ones that Carrie has, like Carrie talked about, we might have to do multiple inspections that might go to one of our special investigators. It's something that's going to take a much more extensive process to get through those cases. And then the Attorney General average percent. So that starts on that page. It continues on the next page, and we will actually fix that. That looks a little weird. So this is our enforcement aging at the Attorney General's office. Correct, Carrie?
Yes.
Okay. And then we go into number 33. What do our overall statistics show? So we've given an explanation of what we feel the statistics show, how our cases prioritized. Our cases are prioritized by the most egregious violations. We have internal prioritization policies, but for our case, it's consumer harm. So if somebody files an anonymous complaint and says their quaps were dirty, and somebody files a complaint and provides us with photos of microneedling, that microneedling is getting a higher priority on the to-do list, for lack of a better word. Moving on to page 50. Number 35, are there mandatory reporting requirements? We do not have any mandatory reporting requirements. 36, describe any settlements that the board and the Office of Attorney General on behalf of the board entered into. Yes.
I'm sorry, I was still stuck on number 35. Is there a place where we will be able to, I missed this one, to make suggestions for mandatory reporting requirements, such as if a salon was hit with a lawsuit for over an a dollar amount, that the board should be notified.
That would be in something we could address as a new issue. So that would be something new to us. Right now, this is what we have, and we have no reporting requirements.
Okay.
Section 9. Okay, number 36, this is talking about our accusation process with proposed settlement terms. And it is explained on the next page. Over the past 4 years, 80% of our cases were settled and 20% of the cases resulted in hearings. We do tend to settle. We offer settlement terms. Our analysts are trained to work on the settlement process and work directly with the Attorney General's office on settlement procedures.
Yes.
And then, of course, if it's super egregious, we don't settle at all. Yes. Does the board operate with a statute of limitations? We do not. Other boards have statute of limitations. We do not have a statute of limitations. Describe the board's efforts to address unlicensed activity and the underground economy. This is extensive. We've provided some additional information. Obviously, and especially if you've been on DRC, we have a lot of unlicensed activity. It's a $1,000 fine. We are one of the largest boards in probably the country that really relies on cite and fine. So we do a lot of citations and fines as a deterrent to get people to do the right thing, right? So a lot of that is good for us because you can get a citation as opposed to losing your license completely. But we've explained what we do for our unlicensed activity. I think we know that during the pandemic, it forced a lot of people into their homes. So we still have a lot of people that are working out of their houses. We've had significant consumer harm come up. The people that were harmed in somebody's apartment where they had a service done. So it's still an issue. We have a staff person solely dedicated to this topic. He spends all of his time, most of his time, on people that just advertise on Instagram. So we've developed relationships with cities and counties and work with them as well, because sometimes code enforcement can do a lot more than us. We're obviously it's in somebody's home, so it has a different sort of barrier to us, but code enforcement in various counties and cities take it very seriously. They have ordinances that say you can't operate a business out of your home. They have ordinances that say you can't dispose of certain chemicals out of your home. So we get a lot of assistance from different cities and counties. Next, we go into our cite and fine process. The question is to discuss the extent of which the board utilizes our cite and fine authority. There's a statutory limit of $5,000 for citations. We don't usually go over $5,000. I can tell you in the past we used to, mostly when foot spas were a real issue and before the allowance of liners. If people were not cleaning their foot spas, they're fined. The law allows us to fine a dollar amount for every single chair in the salon. And so those were getting to be over $5,000. We cap it at $5,000, but our citations used to show like you could have been cited $8,000, but the cap is $5,000. We don't have that problem anymore. So as you all know, we have a heavy cite and fine program, and it tends to work, I think, well for this industry for preventing recurrences. Not always, but again, it's a large industry, and a lot of people only takes once to learn. So most of you know, we review all of our inspection reports to determine the type of violation and determine the fine. The fine might not be assessed if it's not egregious, or if it's something that's minor. We have that internal policies where we review the inspection report and the photographs, and our cite and fine staff make that determination on when to attach an actual fine. Number 40 is how is the cite and fine used, which I pretty much just explained. 41 is how many informal conferences, disciplinary review committees. We have, most of you know about our disciplinary review committee. The board's heard 903 citation appeals in the last 4 fiscal years. That's actually very low compared to what we used to.
Still sounds low.
We used to have DRC hearings every single month, and we have maybe 6 a year now. So, and I think it's because of how we've changed and how we're trying to be more education at the front level with our inspectors, as well as at the cite and fine level. What are the most 5 common violations for which citations are issued? Section 979, disinfecting non-electrical tools. That covers a lot of things. It could be labeling issue. It could be that that the inspector actually witnessed somebody using a dirty tool on someone. 981 is no disposal of non-disinfectable items. This has been in the top 10 for as long as I've been around. It's those nail buffers. It's very common, nail buffers or emery boards not being thrown away after first use. But it's also the wax sticks. 986 is neck dusters and brushes not cleaned. It's very common that it's the neck duster that's being used in barbershops, and that's not being cleaned. Liquids, creams, powders, and cosmetics not clean. This is very common to be a wax pot, a very dirty wax pot that gets a violation. And then, of course, display of licenses. Still find in our top 5, they're not displaying their licenses.
You know, I'm going to say that I'm shocked that UL is not on here. Unlicensed activity isn't, I feel like, I personally feel like over half of DRC it's usually unlicensed activity. So to see this, like actually this right here is I'm going to definitely say it's a little shocking. Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm surprised labeling this.
Well, that's
That's
probably
probably-
covered under 979.
That's 979, yeah, or 988, yeah.
And you have to remember, whoever's at DRC are only those that are appealing. And those people that got cited for unlicensed activity get one of the highest
Highest
fines.
fines, this is true.
Yes, and so the majority of them are either coming to say, oh, I took care of it right away, or can you please reduce this? Yes.
That's true.
This fine amount. Danielle has a question, I think.
Danielle.
Oh, yes, hello. So I just, for our social media committee, I think I've seen some of these go through our social media, I think, which is great, but I want to like snapshot this list and this year coming up, just work on some interventions, maybe even pictures of what these look like.
Oh, absolutely.
Licensee community, but this is a great direction in where we might put some of our efforts for social media.
Yep, that's a great idea.
Also, to piggyback on that and beef up the harm photos and that effort, it doesn't ask for 5. Could we include, even though these are the most common, can we include some of the more egregious offenses just to kind of draw attention to that in this answer?
It does ask for 5.
Oh, it
What are
does?
the 5
Oh,
most
sorry,
common?
I didn't see the word 5. And we want to be honest, obviously, so can we switch any of these out with the more with another close top with something that's more just in the efforts of really showing the legislature how offensive these offenses can be, violations.
Because I'm looking at these like, yeah, I'm looking at these like, oh, sorry, should turn it on. Right, because it says, well, what is the most common violations for which citations are issued? And yes, I know safety and sanitation is our big thing, but a label.
So I think there's a difference. Okay. And I think the difference, and Carrie might be able to add more to this as well. The difference is there's a violation. And when we find it, when we're doing an inspection, we're preventing something, hopefully, right? So, but if we get a consumer harm case, there's a lot more. It's a different thing. So say I get somebody who got ringworm in a barbershop, and that's the complaint, right? And that's the harm. We might go out and we might see that their neck dusters are filthy. And that's a direct correlation to that. We might not always find that direct to one of these top violations, right? Because so we think of this as really preventative. Now, we could go out and find all of these at that consumer harm case, and that's going to just build our case up. Like, not only did they actually harm, because harm is negligence often, right? So grounds for discipline is a whole separate section, and that's unprofessional conduct. It's were they negligent in their duties? And sometimes that negligence is not following the manufacturer's instructions for bleaching someone's hair, right? So that's not a violation. There's no violation that we can attach to that, but there's negligence to that where we would take discipline. So it's very different. It's more, I kind of think of this as like we're doing preventative and we could be preventing something serious from happening. One of the things that's one of our worst violations is an invasive procedure, right? So if somebody does an invasive procedure, that's an act that they've done to a consumer. It's not, now we might go out and find that they have illegal tools on the premises. So we might go out and we might find a microneedling tool, but we have no harm, right? But if we go out and we find a microneedling tool and we have a consumer complaint, now we've got negligence and we've got a violation of those activities. So there's a big difference between our grounds for discipline and our citations. Does that help?
Absolutely. Would it be possible in the example to add one more sentence on each one saying what that could result in? Just an idea, neck duster or nail buffer being reused could result in an infection on the public, or neck duster is visibly dirty, could result in ringworm on a neck or something like that. Cool, thank you.
And then also, Christy, you mentioned that the other thing was the reusing wax sticks. You said it, but it's not here. And I just think like, I just remember when I went through my Senate confirmation, just some of the questions that they asked, like a nail buffer may seem harmless, but I think people can connect to a wax stick. Like, oh, I've seen that. I know wax sticks not are only used on the face, but
Yep.
So just
And what it could result in.
exactly. And I think saying the wax stick too, it just is more relatable than a buffer. Some people don't even know what a buffer is.
Is it possible to include photos in this? Because I know in DRC, when I see like the dirty quats and all that, it is even like you're not seeing like the physical harm to someone, but when you see filth, like a dirty foot spot, it is impactful to me anyway. I'm like, oh, ew.
I'll have to consult probably with legal in depth about that, because I can tell you it was very hard to find the photos that we found, because we can't use like our consumers' photos and we can't use our inspection photos. We have to find, obviously our Office of Public Affairs knows that kind of stuff. And they found those photos for me. So we'll see what we can do.
Work on the aesthetic photos.
They have to be legally, we get them from a service that makes it a legally reproduction photo.
So I imagine we couldn't ask for consent, like when someone has filed a complaint and there are pictures attached, just moving forward for future. If we ask like, hey, do you give your consent to use these pictures, which will help us, prevent and et cetera.
I'm not sure. We'll have to look
Just
into
maybe
that.
language if we could add for future. Okay.
Because I thought we could use anything that I found online and I could not.
Yeah.
It should read like a script of Rocky Horror.
Right. Okay. So then we talk on number 43 on page 53 is what is the average fine pre and post appeal. So you can see that the disciplinary review committee decisions have effective dates. During the last 4 years, we had a pre-appeal average fine of $939 and a post-appeal average of $698.
Mm-hmm.
44 describes the board's use of the franchise tax board intercept. So we've described that. This is when someone doesn't pay a fine. If we have all their information, we can report them, and we do report them to the franchise tax board for an intercept on if they perhaps are getting a state refund and they owe us $2,000. It will come out of that. So we have a whole process. The entire department has a franchise tax board intercept process. Cost recovery and restitution describe the board's efforts to obtain cost recovery, discuss any changes from the last review. The board requests full recovery of Attorney General's costs and any Department of Consumer Affairs Division of Investigation costs when the accusation is sent to the AG's office for filing. Again, I'm not going to reread it to you all because you all can read, but if you have any questions, we ask for cost recovery. Do we always get it? We do not. How many and how much is ordered by the board for revocation, surrenders, and probationers, and how much do you believe is uncollectible? The board believes that $156,269 is ordered for probationers is collectible. $235,000 is ordered for revocation and surrenders, which is uncollectible. The amount is uncollectible unless the respondent petitions to reinstate their license. So many of you have gone through our reinstatement process. We provide you with what unpaid cost recovery or is provided.
Yeah, the order for the revocation usually says something along the lines of the petitioner does not have to pay the $10,000 in cost recovery unless they request a petition for reinstatement. And then at that time, that money should be due.
Why?
I don't know.
I only say that because the work has been done to get to that point anyway, so we've
Yes.
incurred costs. So regardless if they are petitioning or not, it seems like we should have some system set in place to recover the cost up to that point, because there's still a cost involved because of their negligence or lack thereof.
I agree, but the judge, the administrative law judge, has put in their order that they do not have to pay that money unless they petition to reinstate their license.
So then what would we do? So is that something, is that a, what is the word? Is that a blanket thing that the administrative law judge does, or is that on our direction to the administrative law judge?
It is not on our, and it's not on our direction. The majority of the time when we go before the administrative law judge, we're asking for straight out revocation. And the administrative law judge has the disciplinary guidelines, just like all of you have, that gives them guidelines on the maximum and the minimum penalties that we advise. And they use those in conjunction with whatever they've determined in the case to be factual. And when they revoke a license, usually they will say, you don't have to pay until you reinstate. There are some judges, depending on the case, that will order money to be due upon revocation, but most often they say not until the license is reinstated.
So would it be safe to say that when we take our case to the administrative law judge, we ask for the fees and then give them the opportunity to deny it versus not asking at all, and then they automatically just don't include it?
We always ask for the fees.
I didn't see, I was getting there.
We always, so whenever we send the signed accusation back to the Attorney General's office, we send them a sheet where we say what we would settle for if we were going to settle, or we will say set for hearing. And whenever we say set for hearing, we always mark that we want to recover all of our costs as well. And whenever we send it over telling them what we would be willing to settle for, we always mark that we want our full cost recovery. So we're always trying to get our full costs whenever possible to help us recover what we've spent. If we have to, a lot of times when we go for settlement conversations, there are things to take into consideration, such as, do we want to suspend that person's license for a few days and have them close down their shop and ask for full cost recovery and probation? The petitioners will come back and say, well, I don't agree with those and I want to lower my costs by a certain percent. My direction to staff is to lower those days that the license would be suspended first, because that's money out of the licensee's pocket as well. I'd rather get my costs and have them do fewer days suspension than lower my costs and give them more days suspension. So we do always keep the board's interests, financial interests, in in mind when we're trying to settle or go to the Attorney General's or go to the ALJ's office.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
When the board hears an administrative hearing at the beginning of our board meeting sometimes, someone can appeal at will for anything 1 year in advance, after 1 year of sitting it out.
Yes.
And sometimes we hear some very frivolous sort of cases that waste the boards and the state's money in having to deal with. Is it legal? Our attorney here. Is it legal that we could ask for some sort of processing fee or hearing fee in advance?
No,
Maybe that would stop the frivolous people from doing it.
yeah, that's not in our law to be able to do that. And I don't know
I don't believe it's in anyone's law.
that it's in anyone's law. Petitions for reinstatement, there are no fees for that. We could not recover any costs for that. Petitions for reconsideration. They wouldn't add any costs on for that because the costs were already in the original case.
Right.
Do you have anything to add? No, that's all correct, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Sometimes the fees are unrecoverable is the bottom line.
Right. It is, yeah. Okay, on page 55, we have our chart of cost recovery. So our total enforcement expenditures, our potential cases for recovery, our cases recovery ordered, the amount of cost recovery ordered and the amount collected. So you can see the differences there on our chart.
And we use a similar collection process that we do for citations for cost recovery for those probationers or licensees that are not compliant. So franchise tax board's an option, et cetera.
Number 49 on page 56 is describe the board's efforts to obtain restitution for individual consumers. We do not, we can consider seeking restitution for the complainant as part of the proposed decision. We have not. That's correct, Carrie?
That's correct.
It's not something that we usually have ever done for this board. Oftentimes in some of the complaints, the consumers handle that themselves and are usually successful. So there's not a lot for us to do in that area. And so that has that information. That concludes the enforcement section. We have about 10 more minutes before we need to break for lunch, and I'm going to go ahead and keep going because I think our next couple of sections are pretty straightforward until we get to really some of the meat of Sunset, which we'll do after lunch. Section 5 is public information policies. How does the board use the internet to keep the public informed of board activities? We've described what we've done here with social media as well as our website. Those of you who've been on the board for a while know that we have a very robust social media presence, and we have significantly increased that over the last 4 years. So we explain that. Do we webcast our meetings? Yes, we do. What is the board's plan to webcast future? We plan to webcast all of our meetings forever and ever. And how long will we archive the webcast meetings? We do archive them back to, right now they go back to July 2016. We're looking at that as a department for like getting like a storage issue. And so we might have to consider looking into that. But right now, everything's continued to be on our website. Does the board establish annual meeting calendar? Yes, we do. And you will all be approving that at our next board meeting. And we post all those that information online. Is the board's complaint disclosure policy consistent with DCA's recommended minimum standards of consumer complaint disclosure? The board follows the complaint disclosure policies of the DCA. We post accusations online and disciplinary actions consistent with Business and Profession Code Section 27. Do we post complaint data on our website? We post enforcement statistics on our website. So we've listed here, bulleted all of our enforcement statistics that we post on our website. We provide the following information to the public regarding licensees: name, address of record for establishments, license status, license type, issue date, expiration date, certification, and any disciplinary or enforcement actions. So those are formal actions we would post on our website. What information does the board provide to the public regarding its licensees, education completed? We provide information through the Breeze database regarding licenses and permits issued by the board, including any disciplinary action, as we've just stated, but we don't include any award certificates or education information. What methods does the board use to provide consumer outreach and education? Again, we have a strong social media presence. We have 23,000 followers on Facebook and 14,000 on Instagram. We have dedicated Facebooks to our Vietnamese community, and in August 1st of 2025, we have a dedicated Facebook to our Spanish-speaking community. And then we've listed our outreach events that we have attended over the last 4 years. Page 60 talks about our consumer publications. So we've listed all of our consumer publications that are all available and downloadable on our website. We've added our industry bulletins, which is just little information tips that we provide to licensees. And we've listed those. And then we also have our newsletter. We have our quarterly Barber Cosmo update that is distributed to all of our interested parties and is also included on our website. And that is section 5. Any questions on section 5? It's pretty straightforward. Section 6 is our online practice issue. How does the board regulate online and internet practice? Obviously, cosmetology services and barbering services and skincare and nail care are hands-on. So we don't have any online practice issues. We did explain here that we do have an online presence of advertising that is a concern. And that goes back to what we were talking about in enforcement. We have one person dedicated basically to Instagram, people who are possibly working out of their homes, providing services. And again, we mentioned that we are in great cooperation with many local businesses to help us in combat that problem. Our next section on page 63 is workforce development and job creation. What action has the board taken in terms of workforce development? During the last sunset review, significant changes were made to reducing barriers to entry. We believe that this has shown an increase in the licenses issued 14% from pre-pandemic numbers to 2022, the first year of the practical exam that was not required. We describe any assessment that the board has conducted on the impact of licensing delays. Again, we're processing better than we have been, at least in the last 20 years. So we don't really have an impact of licensing delays. That also with the practical, when we had the practical exam, because we scheduled our own examination times, you would submit your application and then you would get scheduled. You would always have to be scheduled 30 days out as a rule. We needed that time because the population is so high, 30 days out. Now an individual schedules their own date and time. So they go online, they pick their location, they pick their time, and they pick their date. Some do it 2 days later, some do it 3 months later. Describe the board's efforts to work with schools to inform potential licensees of licensing requirements in the licensing process. We have regular contact with our schools. We have an analyst that's 100% dedicated to schools. And then obviously we attend trade shows in California. Those are highly attended by students. And then we also, we inspect schools, and so our inspectors will talk to students. And then we also do speaking engagements at schools to talk to the students and let them know the importance of licensure. Any barriers to licensure or employment that the board believes exist? We have listed here that we believe one of the most significant barriers to entry and employment is the apprentice program, which we've been talking about for several board meetings. And we're going to talk in depth about that here in just a little bit. Number 61, any workforce development data collected by the board. We don't collect any workforce data. So we don't know if there's any workforce shortages or successful training programs for the workforce. What actions has the board taken to help reduce or eliminate inequities experienced by vulnerable communities, including low and moderate income communities? So we explain here that in April of 2023, we established our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And this committee has helped develop information to be placed on our board's website to promote DEI in the industry. And then we also make regular social media posts to encourage DEI as well as recognize and support the diverse communities in California. I'm going to move on to, go ahead.
I think I have a problem with the wording, and so correct me, or I'm open to hear this. Number 60, describe any barriers to licensure and or employment the board believes exist. To me, when you say barrier, it's meaning not as if it's holding someone back. So then you listed here that the apprentice program is a barrier. And I don't see it as a barrier, I see it as a bridge, but is a barrier because of the pass rates? Is that what you're saying, referring to?
Should we explain that better?
Yeah, because now it already sets a negative tone on the program. And if we are asking for more oversight, why would we want more oversight on a program that's considered to be a barrier? At least that's how I would interpret that. I would actually remove that. Yeah, I think that's something that we probably should revisit, because if you read the rest of it, it talks about the individual Spanish speaking are being charged for tuition and print, but that's not isolated just to Spanish speaking. That's everyone who's in a bad apprenticeship program being charged for programs or overcharged for programs. So I just think putting this and describing this as a barrier contradicts what we are trying to do overall.
Would you agree that the barrier is the lack of enforcement of program sponsors?
I would lack of.
That would align with what we're asking for.
So, but when I think about barrier, I think about it's not happening, right? So the barrier isn't the program, the barrier is how the programs are structured. But the barrier isn't structured to keep Spanish speaking out. The barrier is structured for, it just sucks, period, because because of the lack of oversight from our department. Well, but I'm saying we have no enforcement, our hands are tied, basically. So
Say the barriers, our hands are tied. We need more authority.
describe any barriers to licensure and or employment the board believes exists. So if we say that the apprenticeship program is a barrier, then why are we trying to get more authority? Why are we trying? Are you guys understanding me?
I
Are you
see
following
where you're
me?
coming.
So it's in the wrong spot, or the language needs to be changed, because then there says, on the second paragraph, it says, there is a lack of enforcement and responsibility by various entities that provide oversight of apprenticeship programs. Well, that may be true, but these people still can take their test once they finish the program. So the oversight is an issue, but it's not a barrier.
Well, they can't pass the test.
Well, unless we go back here and we say, and we take out where I pointed out the 46% to 26%, because if we're going to blame it on schools, then we need to have that pass-fail rate in our sunset review to say that, to point out that the lack of testing or the low test scores per the apprenticeship program is more of an issue versus how we have it in here. We have it overall. We have overall Spanish. Remember, it went from 46%, 48% down to 26%, but that's everybody who's tested.
You're right.
So
I think I could work on, I'll rewrite that
okay.
and propose something different.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I mean,
In its current, because we don't have the oversight and okay. I think that will take away the negative connotation immediately, because then we lose all credibility of why we're fighting to, get control of the apprenticeship program. So.
Okay. All right.
Real quick, because it's such a broad question, describe any barriers to licensure and employment that the board believes exist. Licensure and employment, could we say the barrier that we see is our lack of authority over beauty schools? Just being part of that conversation, that is, we don't have the access to help ensure that those students were properly prepared or given what they paid for. It seems like it may fit in this question.
Because I'm with you on that, Kelly, because do we want to target apprentice program when overall it's schools and apprenticeships? But we do understand that the apprenticeship program has a lower pass-fail rate for our Spanish-speaking community. So we want to make an impact there. But are we doing ourselves a disservice by calling it a barrier?
That's great.
Okay.
And again, we say we have this barrier, our hands are tied on school stuff. So, okay, good.
Okay. Love it.
Okay.
Okay. We will move just one little tiny section that we can end before we break for lunch. And that is section 8, which is current issues. These are current issues that are, again, it's asked of us. Describe how the board is participating in the development of the online application and payment capability and any other secondary IT issues affecting the board. We put non-applicable because we have been on Breeze. So they're asking specific questions about Breeze. We were in release 1 of Breeze, so we've been on Breeze. We were some of the first groups to go, and we believe it works fine for us. And so obviously we're using Breeze, so we don't have to answer that question. With that, we will pause for lunch, and when we come back, we will take, if that's okay, a half-hour lunch. Our next 2 sections are extensive.
So it is now let's just say 1:05. So we will be back at 1:35. Is that good? Thank you. Are we ready? Okay, Monica, you can please take roll. And also as a reminder to our online members to please keep your cameras on.
The in-person board members, Tanya Fairley,
Present.
Kelly Funk,
Present.
Megan Ellis,
Present.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Present.
Colette Kavanaugh,
Present.
Tamika Miller,
Present.
Steve Weeks,
Present.
and our WebEx board members, Anthony Bertram,
Present.
Michelle Edgar, Danielle Munoz,
This is the moderator. Hold on just a moment for Danielle Munoz.
thank you.
All right,
Present.
Danielle.
Sonara Lamelli, absent. Callie Mayfam, absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Turn it back over to Christy.
Okay, so now we're going to start on section 9. I want to bring up that I know Callie May wasn't able to join us today, but one of the things that our last board meeting that Callie May brought up is to really look at where we were back at Sunset Review 5 years ago. Well, this section does it. Section 9 is the board action and responses to the prior sunset issues. So number 1, I'm going to go through. So basically, these are the issues that came up at the last sunset. We responded to the issues, and now we're saying, where are we today with those issues? Okay. And number 1 was the board composition. Does the BBC board composition need to be updated? I've listed on here the committee staff recommendation. Again, that's the staff from the legislature who made a recommendation. And then we've listed the update, which is our current update. The sunset at the last, our last sunset is what changed our board composition to require a licensee from each of our categories. So now we have everyone but an establishment owner. That's our only vacancy we have left. We have no more vacancies other than just the one. And so we obviously have a great response to that one. Number 2 is regulations. As an entity within the DCA organization, BBC is required to follow the certain DCA established processes to promulgate regulations. What's the current time frame for BBC regulatory packages to be approved and finalized? So again, the issues that come to us from the sunset review process are things that are, sometimes they're very specific to our board, or sometimes they might be global to DCA boards. I think this is a question that all DCA boards at the last sunset were asked. And we provided an update for what was happening with our regulations. Our current update is that we've promulgated several regulatory packages, and on the next page, we've listed all of our information. It shows our start date and our status of where each of those regulation packages are. Number 3 is personnel flexibility. BBC is limited to the ability to make staffing changes in a budget year, and our updates necessary in order to ensure BBC can recognize staff, excuse me, reorganize staff and respond to changes in its staffing structure. We had a statute that said you couldn't touch certain positions. That was taken away at the last sunset review. What that has allowed us to do is reclass some of those positions that we weren't able to fill because we just weren't able to ever get applicants into special investigator positions. So they're able to handle a much higher level of workload as well as a larger workload. And so that's going great for us as well. Number 4, medical practice. Our clarifications necessary to specify that the BBC regulated beautification services do not constitute the practice of medicine. What changed in sunset last time was section 7320 used to say that nobody licensed by us can perform practice of medicine, and that changed to nobody can perform or offer practice of medicine. So it allows us more authority over individuals who we see in their windows are advertising microneedling, and they're obviously not licensed to do so. And that is also going really well for us. Number 5 is schools and student oversight. So this is a big one here. BBC approves the curriculum. I won't read it word for word, but basically the committee staff recommended that provide the committee with an update on its current working relationship with BPPE. The committees may wish to explore providing BBC with additional resources from fees of BBC approved schools, pay BPP, I'm sorry, fees that the BBC approved schools pay BPPE in order to support BBC's subject matter expertise and school approval efforts. The board did see this whole section at our last committee meeting, so this might be, you might have already seen it, but our update is that we continue to believe that resources are needed to provide efficient oversight of barbering and cosmetology schools. Again, we're regularly asked how we can handle, what do we do about Spanish pass rates, for instance, or even all of our pass rates, but we have no control over the quality of education. Our control of schools is health and safety. We prove the textbooks, but there's only 2 textbooks in the entire country. And we prove their space, and we inspect for health and safety violations on the clinic floor. But that doesn't have any impact of how the quality of education is taking place. And so we also don't approve schools to teach in different languages. The BPPE does, but they don't look at exam pass rates. So there's just a disconnect, I believe, still in the 2 entities overseeing these programs. And again, we do it all for free. There's no fee for an application review, and application reviews are extensive. We review the curriculum, again, with a space. We have to do an inspection before the approval is even issued, and there's no application fee at all. And in addition, they also don't have to renew. So we also, we are also required to provide BPPE with information. So we provide them with anytime we do an inspection, we provide BPPE with that information. Unfortunately, BPPE doesn't have a requirement to provide us with information. So we have to have a staff person go through their website and find all their discipline that they've done over schools. And that's also time consuming. So that's definitely something that we would like to see change. We need resources to do our job correctly. And we also need the cooperation from BPPE to get copies of our schools are cited, or an unlicensed, completely unlicensed school. You could have, Kelly can open up an aesthetic school, BPPE can cite her, And we never know about it unless we go through the website and look and find it. And they could be offering those services to the consumer. So it's a concern on that.
Is that how, is a good example of how it should be presented in the defense of why we are seeking more authority of the schools? Is that what this is? This is for how where we are now, but this is a big issue.
Yep.
So I feel like, as the words of Mr. Jones, as that whole, hit you where it hurts situation, when we are asking for oversight, giving these kind of examples so that it's clear that it's not just about us wanting to have the oversight, it's really about the health and safety and what that looks like overall. Okay.
And I don't use Kelly's aesthetic school.
Yes.
As an example, but I did explain in it that that's a perfect example of why we need more oversight. We need to be funded for the work that we do. And I mean, right now we have staff dedicated to schools, and they could be dedicated to enforcement cases, which is our purview, because we're not funded for schools. Number 6 is AB 5, what are the remaining implications? Now, again, remember that this was 5 years ago. What are the remaining implications for BBC licensees in light of the passage of AB 5 and the clarity of the bill provided? Individuals providing beautification services that should be classified for employment purposes. So this was when AB 5 first took effect. And we were asked about this, the ABC test to determine if you're an employee or an independent contractor. And now we know that a bill has just been passed that did extend that manicurist extension. Again, it's a labor law issue, so it doesn't impact us, but we have made a statement, and I put this in here, that we want all of our licensees to be treated the same. Number 7 is scope of practice. The Act provides narrow exemptions for certain services, captures a wide variety of beautification practices that may not require the education and training necessary for licensure. So this has to do, the staff recommendations at this time where the committees may wish to consider removing certain practices from the definition of barbering and cosmetology based on the evaluation of risk and an analysis of BBC enforcement data. Again, this goes back to, do you need to have a license to do hair? Do you need to have a license to cut hair? Do you just need a license if you start doing chemical services? So, excuse me, my update states that the board continues to disagree with breaking up the existing scope of practice of any regulated license type. So the board acknowledges that some believe haircut and hairstyle doesn't pose a risk. And it is true that physical risk may be less than a chemical service. However, the cost to a consumer is also a concern. People pay a lot of money to get a haircut. So again, this is just our update saying that we still believe that our scope of practice should not be broken up. Questions? Okay. Number 8, the hours. This again was the hours that they reduced the hours in Cosmo and Barber from 1,600 and 1,500 to both having 1,000.
Would this apply to talking about hours on the number 9 for the apprenticeship program? Okay.
So the update on this one, it just talks about that the hours were reduced from 1,500 to 1,000 and 1,600 to 1,000. I've explained in here that we receive feedback that there's still a lot of people that believe the hours should be back to what they were, or maybe even just a little bit higher. Some schools and individuals, however, have stated that they've adapted and reduced hours and are experiencing sufficient pass rates with the current examinations. And then it also asked us about demographics, which we don't track. So we've listed that here. Number 9 is exams. The committee staff recommended strong consideration to be given to eliminating the practical examination. The board should provide the committees on an update on the NIC exam on whether it's necessary to maintain a contract for a national exam or whether BBC on its own can better craft something to ensure basic minimal competency in the aspect of practice that actually impacts consumer, like those related to health and safety. So the practical examination obviously was eliminated. We've covered that. So that's our update. Many individuals in the industry regularly comment at the board that they believe this examination is still needed as the industry is a hands-on profession. However, the passing rates for the examinations have improved over the years since the examination was eliminated. The board also hears from establishment owners stating that individuals are not prepared to perform services on consumers when they enter the workforce and state that education has shifted to focus on theory and not practical operations, which I think we kind of covered earlier today. So that's our update. I mean, they're not asking us to make a recommendation at this point. We're just providing an update, right? The board, and then also we contracted with PSI in July 1st of 2022. They also have a national exam, and it's obviously we saw a dip in pass rates originally, but those have come back up. And then again, we're talking about the practical exam, saying that there may be an option to discuss administering a practical examination prior to graduation. So just noting that here's our update. We recognize that there could be a discussion to be had here. Endorsement. BBC offers license reciprocity to individuals. This is license for license. The committee staff recommendations were that the committee may wish to amend the act to streamline the process for licensure based on individuals' possession of a license in good standing from another state. Our update is the prior legislation allowed license to license across the state, and this has increased the number of reciprocity applications as seen below. You can see that this has grown quite a bit from 2019, the number of reciprocity applications that have been issued, or endorsement applications. Unfortunately, I'm explaining that we do feel this also has increased fraud. The board has discovered several issues with license to license process that most importantly, the possibility of an individual receiving a license with no education or having taken the exam. We believe a statutory change is required that states you must show proof of examination in order to just get a license in California. And it's a significant issue. As we've talked about in board meetings, it continues to grow. People that other states just aren't paying attention. Well, the fraud is happening because Social Security numbers aren't being verified. So if someone goes to another state and finds a name Christy Underwood in another state, and I take that license that I found online on the state website online, and I go apply at a different state and say, here's my certification from state A, my name's Christy Underwood, but I give my true Social Security number. Now they've just issued a license to the wrong person with somebody else's proof of licensure. And the states aren't checking. And also certifications from other states, they tell us, some states are good. Some states list a note on there that says this license was issued by endorsement. So then we can go to that state, and if they're a state that works with us, not just us, but any states, we can say, where did they endorse from? And then we can ask that state, well, did they ever take the exam? But it's just, I mean, we've tracked back from state to state to state. We've gone back 4 states. No, they go to Colorado. It was an endorsement. Where did they endorse from? Texas. We go to Texas. Texas, why did you issue this person a license? Oh, they endorsed from Alabama. We go to Alabama. Alabama, why did you issue this license? Oh, they applied from New York. When we go to New York, New York doesn't work with us. So we can't ever fix it. I've made my own because we've done it as well. The law says we issue a license to someone who has a valid license in another state. So until we caught on to this, we were issuing licenses, as you can see the increase, to somebody who showed us proof from another state. One of our licensing staff caught on that this just seems weird. We're getting a lot of these from state A. And then we really started looking on it. It's going to be, we have significant investigations happening right now. So what we're asking is that you have to provide us with a certification where you took your exam. Now, it's not going to stop it, but it's going to make them go through more hoops. So instead of that 4 and 4, 4 state, 3, then 2, then 1, they're going to have to go back and get that one certificate that showed they took and passed an exam. And then we would at least have just one state to work with. And this is something I've been talking about with multiple other executive officers throughout the country, and we all recognize this is a massive problem. But there are just some states who our hands are tied. We have to issue a license.
We signed a compact with these states. Are we breaking that compact?
We didn't sign a compact.
We're not there yet.
Well, the compact was shot down. They won't let us, there's no compact licensure.
Oh.
Had there been a compact licensure, we would at least have data, well, access to other states' data. Okay, 11, my favorite, apprenticeships and externships. I need a little space right there. The committee staff recommendation was that we may wish to enhance oversight of apprenticeships and provide opportunities for future applicants to more easily access the training option by allowing BBC to establish a course necessary for apprentices to complete in order to become licensed and practice throughout their apprenticeship. Now, what happened was this was the pre-apprentice training that was talked about, because what we found was not every, program sponsors were charging thousands of dollars for the pre-apprentice training. And so the legislature changed that law and said it has to be a board offered course. So it took that away from the apprenticeship program sponsors. And now they take that course with us. It's fully implemented. They take a course online and we get an automatic report of which apprentices have passed it. Number 12 is our personal service permit. The personal service permit, which allows somebody to work outside of a licensed establishment. At this point during our sunset, it had been in effect for quite some time and had not been implemented. This is now fully implemented. So our update is that the board implemented this on October 1st, 2021. Since then, 265 permits have been issued and the board does not believe any changes are necessary to the current PSP authority. 13 was mobile units. This was what allowed, the mobile unit law had also not been updated for a very long time. It really was such strict requirements for the mobile unit that there were like 10 in all of California, because it was so expensive, and it's still expensive, and it's an expensive business model. But there was various changes made to sort of bring the mobile unit licensing current. And now we have issued 41 new mobile unit licenses. Not real common in our world, but the 41 that we have been very good. Citations. Committee staff recommendation, the BBC should provide the committee about the types of citations and fines that stem from potential consumer harm and whether those should be eligible for appeal. The committee should evaluate whether the DRC remains necessary or if instead the board should be required to update its administrative fine schedule to be relevant to the intended purpose of preventing the public. I think I'm missing a word there, so I'll fix that. We have been working on our administrative fine schedule. As most of you know, we started with our health and safety committee reviewed it, our enforcement committee reviewed it, and it's getting presented at the next board meeting, what the final recommendation is. However, internally, we've also made those changes that I mentioned earlier, that the inspectors are educating more while right there in the field in the salons or barbershops, as well as Cite and Fine are looking, and maybe they won't get a fine because maybe the cabinet for clean towels was left open. That's could be starting out at a $50 fine. And instead of citing that person, we can, one, tell them to close it right then and there, or the Cite and Fine staff will just educate and say, you need to keep those doors closed. So we've already really taken steps towards making sure that the most egregious citations carry a fine. When we find a used wax stick or a used buffer, we're not educating on that because that's one of the top ways to cross-contaminate something. As for DRC, we believe it still is significant for this process because we do issue so many citations. Other boards have informal office conferences with their executive officer. I don't think that would be appropriate for our board. And we have a very robust citation and fine process. So, but also, again, 5 years ago, we were in a different situation. Even 10 years ago, we were in an even more different situation. DRC used to be very behind. I mean, it was years before we were hearing cases because there were so many. And it's not like that now. I mean, we have some, because we have less hearings, they might wait a little bit longer for their hearing, but their fines are put on hold when they appeal. And so they're continuing to operate. And so it's really, you know, we're very on time with our appeal hearings now. And we have a great system for getting those in and out at pretty quick. And we believe it's the right method to appeal a citation. Number 15 was licensee in charge. And at the last sunset, what we had asked was that the statute, Business and Profession Code Section 7348, just be updated to clarify that an establishment owner can be the licensee in charge. Now, establishment owners do not have to have an individual license, but can an establishment owner be in charge of their own business? And at that time, it was stated, yes, an establishment owner should be able to be be in charge of their own business. They're responsible for health and safety that take place within their salon, but it's just, we had just asked for clarification. So we had recommended this language. I've listed it here on page 75. I still think we should recommend this language. And it basically says that a person licensed pursuant to this chapter means an individual who holds all the individuals or an establishment license. Concerns?
Yeah, or the owner. Wait, you read that like I did, right?
Even if the owner is not a licensee and one of the individual.
A person licensed pursuant to this chapter means an individual who holds a cosmetologist, barber, esthetician, manicurist, electrologist, hairstylist, or establishment license. So they could be the holder of each one of those licenses and be in charge of their business.
Or the establishment owner.
Yeah, I see establishment license or establishment owner.
I think
It says who holds. It says who holds. So who holds a cosmetology, who holds a barber, who holds an establishment license.
Seems like that just should be, or be the establishment owner or the.
I think it doesn't match. If we said that, it wouldn't go with the beginning of the sentence. A person licensed pursuant to this chapter means an individual who holds an establishment license. All right, number 16, mandatory inspection following licensure. We used to be required by statute to do an inspection within 90 days of issuing a new license. We never met it. We don't have the staff to meet that. And most salons that are just opened are the clean salons.
It's pointless.
So that was removed during sunset, which was great and has been very successful. The effects has COVID-19 pandemic had on BBC. Our update is the board reported during the last sunset review that the Health and Safety Advisory Committee reviewed health and safety regulations to determine any necessary changes as a result of the pandemic. We already have a lot of requirements that helped with the pandemic. You're already required to wash your hands. We have disinfectants, you have to disinfect your tools. So we're already ahead of the game on the pandemic. So we already have that in place. Now that the pandemic has passed, the board believes that the impact has diminished and the current regulations are valid for any future events. And then 18 is technical changes that may improve the effectiveness of the Act and the BBC operations. The staff recommendations, is just pretty general. This is for any technical changes. The last sunset review included technical changes that allowed the Health and Safety Advisory Committee members to receive a per diem. And this provision has been fully implemented. So that takes care of that one. And then number 19, always the last issue of the day is continued regulation by the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. And our update is during the last sunset review, the board saw some of the most significant modifications to the act. These changes have reduced barriers to entry to the industry, as evident by the number of applications for new licenses. In 2019, pre-pandemic, the board received 22,345 initial exam applications compared to 2024, where the board received 32,436 initial exam applications. And as described in section 1 of this report, the industry is drastically changing, and these changes pose more and more of a risk to consumers. As such, the board believes that continued oversight of the industry is essential to protecting California consumers. I will open it up for any questions. Seeing none. Okay. We'll go into section 10.
Christy,
It's my name.
It's me. We haven't done a public comment. Do you want to? I'm sorry. Not now.
Yes, we will.
Okay, we will go ahead and open up for public comment. If you have any public comment on the section we just discussed, you have 3 minutes. And as a reminder, board, we do not respond to public comment.
First of all, I'm freezing in this room. I got a jacket at lunch. Fred Jones, Professional Beauty Federation. So I know there's language being proposed later in the agenda, but I think it's relevant to the discussion about oversight of schools. My overarching concern is by requesting the legislature to give you more authority over schools, you're doubling down on what I think is a mistake, and the state, your board has thought it a mistake of having dual oversight with BPPE and your board over our schools. We know the answer is to put schools under your sole oversight. You have the technical expertise. All the students look to the state board. There's just a plethora of reasons why you should have sole oversight. The legislature has balked on that. We all know that. But I still think it's worthy to request it. And now you're going to want to expand your statutory authority over schools. Again, buying into this dual oversight. And I've been around long enough to remember the inspection staff prior to Christy Underwood's arrival. And they weren't the best. And they made life miserable for salons with arbitrary decisions and capricious actions. I'm proud to say, or I'm happy to say, and you should be proud to know that your inspection staff is much, much improved. But it can go back. And so to expand the inspector's ability to make schools' lives miserable while keeping BPPE's miserable hide in the mix is not a good situation for schools, and therefore by extension their students, because they always pay the brunt. The cost is always passed on to them. So I still think in your sunset report, you should make this a priority and call the legislature out. You've got school owners here that will tell you BPPE makes their life miserable just with paperwork. But the schools that are actually breaking laws and taking advantage of students and not preparing them for the industry, nothing. They get the same paper audits, but no action. BPPE sucks, and we need to acknowledge that rather than buy into more dual oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else for public comment?
Oh, okay.
I don't see.
Gary Federico Beauty Institute, retired. Oversight. Now I must, the Federicos is nationally accredited, first of all. And with that, We have 9 governmental agencies over our head, 9 governmental agencies that we have to dance to. But that's what happens when you're in the beauty school business. That happens to partake in federal funding. As Mr. Jones was saying, and like I said, probably in the last meeting, I think the schools were put into, I forget what the old thing was, but the BPE back in 1989. And what from 89 till even to this date, what we've got out of it was absolutely nothing. Like I say, others, I hate to classify good schools, bad schools, but there are schools out there that shouldn't even be out there in any way, shape, or form. And we've had the BPE here from 89 to what it is today to 2025, and they haven't done a single thing whatsoever. Now, as to why, according to Ms. Underwood here, there's 240 schools, 274? 274 schools out there, which, you know, it's a lot of schools. And I know they create a lot of money for BPPE, but they're not doing their jobs in any way, shape, or form. So I agree with Fred. I mean, we should go after it with a big sword and try to eliminate BPE out of our realm to have the Board of Barbering Cosmetology do a much better job to protect our students in every way, shape, or form, or they stand back and let the BPE continually eat ourselves alive, don't do anything in California for schools. Thank you very much.
Okay, moderator, you can open up to, oh,
Comment before we wanted to just acknowledge that we do have Michelle Edgar, board member, back online. I believe she's working on getting her camera corrected.
I've been here the whole time. I'm just going to log in and log out because my camera won't let me. Oh, here. There we go.
All
Hi, my
right.
name is Nick and I drove from Bay Area. Based on some of the data that I'm seeing in the packet, the awareness about the PSP seems to be very, very low. And I was just wondering if there is any plan to bring that awareness, because I spoke to many people and even the numbers show that out of many hundred thousands, we only have like 270 or 300 maybe PSP license holders. So I just hope that we do something to bring that awareness, and they are still might be offering services, but what can we do to bring them under some kind of compliance?
thank you. Okay. Okay, moderator, you can open up to online.
WebEx is open for public comment on this section of agenda item 4. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment online. Seeing no online requests, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Christy.
We'll move on to Section 10. Section 10 is new issues. This is the opportunity for the board to inform the committees of solutions to issues identified by the board and by the committees. So our first is what we just talked about, oversight of schools. The board shares oversight of barbering and cosmetology. We approve that, again, we just talked about this because it came up in the prior sunset, and we're bringing it up as a new issue. We have recommended legislative language that basically states that the board can ensure compliance with all requirements set forth by this chapter and any regulations pertaining to the operation of approved schools. That currently says that we can only look at health and safety requirements adopted by the board. We should have the authority to look at, if we're going to be responsible for proofs of training, we need to be able to look at attendance records, school folders to determine if those proof of trainings are truly valid. We're also recommending amending Business and Profession Code Section 7362 And that is where we are asking that the applicant, any person, firm, corporation desiring to operate a school shall make an application to the board for license accompanied by the fee prescribed by this chapter, and the application shall be required whether the person, firm, or corporation is operating a new school or obtaining ownership of an existing school. The applicant, if it, excuse me, individual or each officer, director, or partner, if the applicant is other than an individual, shall have not committed any acts or crimes, which are grounds for denial. It's pretty standard language that we have for all of our licensees. So that is the new section. Then that would also require a amendment to section 7425.1, which states that the amounts of fees payable under this chapter relating to the approval of barbering, cosmetology, and electrology schools are as follows. The application and initial approval fee shall not be more than $250, and that shall not be more. We'd have to determine how much it would be. And the renewal fee shall not be more than $250.
Do we know that where did we get the $250 cost from when it comes to establishing the school's application process?
We know that it wouldn't be more than that. So the $250 is not an exact fee, but we certainly would want, say we did a report and it was $150. Then we would set it in regulation as $150 and we'd have to prove that. Would not go above $250.
What is the BPPE's fee for a new?
$5,000.
So is the application process the same?
Absolutely not. We do not look at financials, nor do we want to. I know that BPPE, I don't know how they've determined their fees, but I know that they have a different process for that. That's something I could certainly get more information on, but this is what I believe our fee would not exceed.
On this topic, is this something that, is this the area where we would perhaps scratch all of this work and on number one, oversight of schools, shoot our shot with taking full authority over beauty schools? Is this the area that we would do that? And if so, it would negate all this work that you've done, but I'm just curious if this is the spot where we would attempt that, or are we not interested in doing that at this time?
This is definitely the section.
So it would entail scratching all of this work and really reframing how we want to say that?
Yes.
Do we have other board members that would like to pursue that? And if that's the case, then would we need to get our verbiage and everything locked in before November 17th? Is that right? Okay. I feel that that's important to pursue that. We've talked about this again and again, that we don't have the authority. We're going round and round. If we don't put it here, we're missing this shot. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board on this and just really try to frame it that we would like full authority and what that would look like.
I actually agree. I definitely think that we've been talking about this for a very, very long time. And I think this is a point where we can't be afraid to ask for it, because what's the worst they can say? No, right? But then there's no fight in it if we don't ask for it. So
I want to just comment that we've asked for it since I've been here, and it hasn't happened.
It's all
If the
about
board
who you get.
chooses to ask again, I will do it with a smile on my face.
well, what do you guys think? I mean, I think if we're being realistic about where the issues come at, and we know that BPPE works with us, but in regards to oversight, as in regards to fines, in regards to making things really happen, when something goes wrong with a school or with a apprentice, they don't call BPPE. They call State Board. They don't even realize that BPPE exists until we tell them. And then it's almost like giving them the runaround, because let's be realistic with how long do they take to respond and what are they responding to? as a consumer, as a, not even just a consumer, but as a salon owner and a stylist, I will say even in my, when I'm visiting other places, my first thing is to call state board. So if we're being realistic about it, like Kelly said, like this is the time to do it. And maybe we look at the arguments that were placed before and why it was turned down and make it stronger or strengthen it from there, but not bypass the opportunity.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question? If we proceed the way it is here, and acquire more power when it comes to BPPE, on this basis, what is BPPE left with? I mean, how far have we knocked them down?
Well, BPPE does different things than we do. They have the Student Tuition Recovery Fund, which is they handle closed schools, they handle refunds to students, they
And all of this, we would have to assume if we took over.
right. I believe in our past sunsets, that's been the one of the big issues is student tuition recovery. And I believe prior to the BPPE being established or requiring our board under it, schools used to have to have, I'm trying to think of the word, like an insurance, is it?
Like a
Bond,
bond?
thank you. Schools used to have a bond for prior to BPPE and prior to them going to be part of the Student Tuition Recovery Fund. So obviously it's possible. I mean, but BPPE does different things than we do.
So can we narrow it down then to have the oversight in the areas that we are very specific in? Because if we don't need to take over tuition, then we don't need to take over tuition. But then we make sure that we can have the records, being able to make sure that the hours that are reported are actual hours that can be, that we can have access to.
Well, that's what I believe we have proposed. By the current proposal that says we need to have access to uphold every section in our law, right? Currently, the section on access for Business and Professions Code says that we have access to inspect for health and safety. We don't have access to uphold the curriculum that we approve, in a sense. So, you know, we have no, again, talking about pass rates, we have no quality of education in our laws at all. We don't do quality of education. And so we're asking for more authority, for one, to support our positions that handle schools, and two, to be able to uphold, to do an investigation, to do an inspection, to make sure that what we're responsible for is being done in schools. So it's giving us more authority, but it's not asking for, you know, we don't have anything about accreditation. We don't look at accreditation. BPPE looks at accreditation. Schools that are accredited go through one process. Schools that are not accredited go through another process. I'm not sure.
This is a massive undertaking as far as resources would be, and an undertaking in a field that would be new to us. Have you, or could you have a conversation with the Senate people and see if there's any backing by them for us going full bore into this? I mean, can we quietly have that conversation and just see if we have any early support on that?
I can.
I was gonna ask, like, this approach that's as it is written, since you have like tried, since you've been on the board to get this, is this sort of approach more probable in order to get passed as opposed to going full shot to try to get school oversight, like almost like baby stepping it in a sense to get some more power, and then essentially from that data be able to move to the next step, which would be?
I don't personally believe we will have sole oversight in my time, which my time, limited. But because there is a state-developed entity who oversees private schools.
Yeah.
So I don't personally see it happening. We've asked, this is, I think, my 4th or 5th sunset. And it was even asked before me. Does that mean we shouldn't? Of course not. If the board decides we should, we will. I just think that for me, working with what we work with on a regular basis, I want to be able to hold the schools responsible for the bad work that's coming out of them. And there's only one way I can do that is if I have at least this authority. Obviously, if I had sole authority over schools, I personally want BPPE to have sole authority over schools. I don't want anything to do with schools because it's really not our wheelhouse. They have education staff. They have their own state classification for education specialist at BPPE. We don't have that.
Our staff would more than double.
I mean, we don't get a lot of new schools anymore, so it would depend on the renewal process for a school. We want to just know if schools are changing anything. We don't even have the authority if they're, add a program, change a program. BPPE also approves a lot more than we approve. We approve barbering, cosmetology, our main subjects, right? But BPPE approves advanced education. BPPE approves schools to have increased education. So they'll approve a manicurist program for 600 hours because they're doing advanced education tacked onto the minimum education. So they approve different things than we approve. I don't want to get into the business of advanced education or even education. There's schools that have makeup courses. Now that's part of the scope, but so you could go be an esthetician and take an extra 2-week makeup course, or I don't know how long, but it's an additional course that has to be approved by BPPE. And those courses can become added and throughout the year, so yes, it's going to be an unknown workload for that because where would a school get their approval from if we aren't approving that? So we'd have to address that.
Will you remind me where we were 4 or 5 years ago when we went in relationship to the schools? How was it this same proposal?
No, it wasn't. Basically, at our last sunset, we talked about just the relationship with BPPE and if we're working together, which we do work together. But we've gone and done, and we're out doing inspections. And if we see the proof of training, when we see that the proof of training is potentially false, which happens almost every single day, how can we investigate that? If we think a school is selling hours, we are limited with what we can do in that investigation, whereas we refer cases to BPPE to be investigated.
So I think going back to even what I said is if full oversight isn't in the near future, then specific oversight, because I feel like this wording isn't clear. And is that just me or is there anybody else?
So section B at the top of page 79, is that what you're looking at? That is just to get the fee. Our law already says any person, firm, corporation desiring to operate as a school shall make an application to the board. We want it to add that you have to attach a fee. So this section right here, B, is just requiring a fee. Because that's the main thing. We do work and we're not funded for it. So we have to redirect staff to handle this workload.
Let me ask you this. What about the possibility, it's going to be written this way, what about the possibility of going in and asking for full oversight, but short of that, have this secondary fallback?
Love it.
We'll do it.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. And then we can go from there. And I know we all appreciate and respect your longtime expertise with this one. We want to go in a path that we can move forward. Asking for a little more is something we all want. I think it's a great step to ask for full oversight and just see what happens. You don't know who, maybe there's different people there than 4 years ago that are more reticent to hear this. Could we build in something that would have us collaborate more with the BPPE quarterly or something like that? Or at least a couple times a year, have it in the bylaws or regulations that we meet with them and discuss issues relating to beauty schools?
I wouldn't say, oh, but I also would say you would caution of doing that because we're trying to take something away from them than asking to collaborate. So we either ask for a collaborator, we ask for the yeah. We either go in and say like the approval, the oversight, and this is why. Because if we're gonna ask to collaborate, then we might as well just stick with the 3 bullet points that are here and ask for that. Because
well, just as a compromise. Anyway, I like what Steve said about attempting to ask for full oversight and naming the reasons why. There's a lot of them. They're compelling. And then as a secondary, what you've already put together.
Yep, we can do that.
Okay.
All right, next is our licensure by endorsement, which we talked about earlier, the issue with the fraud that's happening. So all we're asking is on the top of page 80, number 3, we're saying the date, we want the certification from the state, and it must include the date that the licensure examination was passed in the initial issuing state or territory. Next is number 3, oversight of the apprenticeship program.
This one, yes.
So our legislative request is, these are sort of bulleted out, and then there's the apprenticeship report is going to be attached. So the legislative request is, in summary, is clarify that an apprentice must be an employee and that proof of such as a paycheck stubs must be submitted to the board upon request. Establish an initial fee and renewal fee along with requirements for the approval of the program sponsor. So again, kind of like schools, we want the program sponsors, they just get approved and then we never, that's even less than schools. They don't have to tell us anything after they've been approved. State that the program sponsor cannot franchise, sponsor, or affiliate or loan their approval to a separate business entity.
Because we all know that they're charging $20,000 per franchise out there.
Clarify that an apprentice must only enroll with an approved program sponsor. Establishments employing an apprentice must offer all services within the scope of practice of the apprentice. This goes because we found cosmetology apprentices working at nail salons that don't offer any other services. Establishments must maintain workers' compensation insurance the entire time the apprentice is employed and make proof available upon request. Establish a formal disciplinary process for the enforcement of program sponsors who violate the laws and regulations of the board. That is to make sure we have us go through the Attorney General's office like we would on regular discipline, as opposed to our notices to show cause and then have an apprentice appeal hearing. Really should go through the regular discipline process that everyone else has to go through. Establish a process where an establishment who is in violation of the board's laws and regulations is prevented from having an apprentice within their establishment for a specified number of years. Establish a process where a licensee who is serving as a trainer to an apprentice who violates the board's laws and regulations is prevented from having an apprentice for a specified numbers of years. At this point, we don't know what those number of years are.
Okay.
So, again, it's a summary. We could, depending on how the process goes, there's a way it could be vague in statute and we could clarify it in regulations. And if we did that, we could get more input from the industry on how we would handle that. Establish a process where a licensee, oh, sorry, I just read that one, and establish a fee for the maintenance work done for the apprenticeship program. So that's transfers and cancellations. That's a huge workload for our staff. It's an application process that we do for free. And again, it should have a processing fee for it. Now we are going to attach the apprenticeship report that we'll talk about as soon as we get done with this section, because there are some changes that we made since our last board meeting. Next, establishing combined license types for Barber, Cosmo, and Manny SD. So we talked about this at our last board meeting. So this is, we talk a little bit about why we think this should happen. The board currently has 23,061 individuals who hold both a manicuring and aesthetic license. That means they have to enroll in a manicuring and aesthetics course. There are hours that are transferable, but they have to take two different tests. So I've talked to the exam developers. They have no problem doing a combined test for us should this happen. And also there are 5,033 individuals who hold both a barber and cosmetology license. I anticipate that to grow with the barbering industry growing a lot. I think that number is just gonna grow. And we have other states, we've listed other states that already offer combined programs. Alabama and Texas both have manicuring aesthetic license. Iowa and Utah both have cosmetology and barber license, and Florida offers a specialist registration that combines skincare and nail care.
I think that this is one of those things where we should bullet point that this is removing a barrier. This is allowing easier entry into the field in a way that is both helping the licensee and still keeping priority of health and safety, because this removes a big barrier. Because I don't know if you guys saw my Facebook the other day, I posted our barber who was doing my hair and all this stuff. And that was one of the conversations that we were actually having, was making it easier for them to be able to cross over in certain things. So
Can you give me an approximate what this would, I like the idea too, but approximately, if I was a barber, if I'm one of the existing barbers now and I wanted to get my cosmetology license, how would that affect if I have one half of that license?
Well,
Now,
that already exists. So you can, hours are transferable that are the same in each classification, I mean, each category. So a barber needs around 300 to 400 hours. A Cosmo going to a barber needs those hours as well. You know, it already exists. So you couldn't be grandfathered in. We would still have that option to, because there's so many thousands of licensees. So that if a Cosmo wanted to become a barber, they're still going to have to take additional hours because they have to learn how to shave, right?
so what are we really giving them out of this then?
And new enrollments. So this is for somebody can go enroll in a school
Without an existing license?
without an existing license, go to school one time. Not for, it could be anywhere from, I think I figured out the hours, we're probably looking around 1,400 hours for a full course of Barber Cosmo. And then they could take one test and be able to do all the services under those two license types.
That's what I was going to ask, just a little bit more clarity. So essentially, someone can go to school, a new person, I couldn't do this because I'm already licensed. So it would have to be someone who was not licensed, go in and say, oh, I want to do manicuring and SD. And then you just kind of combine the hours.
Right.
And then they take one test.
Exactly.
Okay.
I like that idea. All right. And then what we've done is just given some example legislation. We're not, obviously when we go through the sunset process, language goes into a bill and then there's a lot more finessing that happens with this, but I wanted to at least provide what this would look like to combine those two programs. And then on page 85 is number 5. That's our limited liability companies. The board has always issued licenses to limited liability companies because many years ago, it was determined that it was a firm. And then recent conversations with different legal counsels here at DCA had said we should clarify that. So this is something that we're proposing to say that limited liability companies can be an establishment owner. And that is all the changes we would need in section 7347 for that. Next, number,
I'm trying to understand how we work with the LLC. If I owned an LLC company and maybe I owned 3 establishments. And could I hire someone that we have instigated proceedings on and not allowed to be in our salon as a manager? Could I hire that person as my employee, since it's a different corporation, not the other, and he comes in as employee of ABC and work there?
As a licensee?
No, as a manager.
But managers have to be licensed in our industry.
Mm-mm.
Oh, since when?
Managers?
I thought
Of the
managers-
of the corporation.
license. That's what we were, the language, it was either they can be they can hold an establishment license, but not like an industry member. That language, it was a little difficult.
That's licensee in charge.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We want an establishment owner to be a licensee in charge. So as an LLC, if you have like a managing partner,
Okay.
Carrie, I'm looking to you.
Yes.
An employee of an LLC.
So he's basically, so what he's saying is, basically what he's saying is, your corporation hires someone to manage because they don't have to be like,
Yeah, we wouldn't have that.
but what he's saying is if that person was quote unquote blackballed from if we had already suspended their license, revoked their license,
right.
now they go to work for someone else because they're a manager, they don't have to be licensed. Can there be some verbiage in there that states that this person cannot, that a person managing cannot
Exactly.
a person like we do with apprentices or that we do when someone is cited in DRC, we'll say that they cannot, they can only, be a salon owner, no longer an establishment owner, can't hire an apprentice. He's saying that as an LLC, cannot hire someone who has previously been licensed, revoked, suspended through the board.
This is a loophole that we might.
To be a
Yes.
manager.
To be a manager.
So when it's a LLC, a corporation or a partnership, the owner of the establishment is that entity, the corporation. It's not a person. So if I was a CEO or whatever of a corporation and I wasn't licensed, I couldn't be the manager. I'm not the owner. The corporation is the owner. And I'm not personally licensed, I can't be the manager. I can't be the licensee in charge.
So if,
You'd
when
be the-
inspections,
you'd be-
Manager, but I can't be a licensee in charge.
You'd be an employee of that corporation and an agent of that corporation. And theoretically, couldn't they put you in to run that office and manage that office without our approval?
Well,
We approved the LLC.
we don't require right now that corporations tell us who their agents even are. And I always thought that was weird. Other boards do.
Yeah.
so can we add that since we are cleaning up language?
I don't know that we need to add that in statute. I need to look, we might be able to add that via regulation. We might already have that authority. I know where you're going, and I think I need to think it through and figure out how I would write that.
Because we already do that when we revoke an establishment license and we allow them to have their individual license. In there, we state they cannot have any apprentice, they cannot be over an apprenticeship, they cannot be licensing. There's this whole verbiage that comes out.
Because
if
that's
they're
specific in
licensed.
law, yes.
Right.
Mhm. It's very
They're
specific
not
in the law.
necessarily talking about if they happen to be licensed. It could be me, right? Being the manager of a corporation or a
That's the other side of
secretary.
this. I'm looking to not have a manager of that office, someone that we have highly disciplined and not allowed them to hold the same position. We're their own license. They couldn't have their own license. So
Okay. Let us hammer that out and we'll put it
I
in
just
here.
think
Because there's-
there's somewhere that we ought to close.
A difference between a manager and a licensee in charge.
Right.
So there's like several different prongs to this.
So I think too, the clarity would be if inspector walks in and asks for the licensee in charge, but because we're saying the establishment owner can be represented as the licensee in charge, and the establishment owner is the LLC or the corporation, if this person is part of the corporation, they are now considered the licensee in charge, right?
No, because the corporation itself is the entity that is the owner, not the individual people that are listed on the corporation as the officers.
But the corporation is an entity of multiple individuals here that could, any one of that corporation, I could put a manager in the office and maybe I wouldn't call him a manager. He'd act as manager, but maybe I call him sales vice president of ABC Corporation. I mean, I'm licensed as the corporation to do what I want there. And I have the right to put me as the president or one of my employees there.
My concern is that we don't even require establishments, if they're a corporation, our laws and regulations don't even require the articles of incorporation to be attached.
Yeah.
However, we might be able to look at doing that in regulation. Carrie and I'll
Okay,
get
yeah,
it together.
great. That'd be great.
So we might come back at November with a couple different options for that.
Great.
I think that's a very good point because I think we talked about this, it came up at DRC when you have a corporation and then you pull away their, some of their responsibilities for the apprenticeship program. But if you don't know who is representing the corporation, then who is, right? So if licensee walks in, I mean, if inspector walks in and you're looking for someone to give this citation to, and I say, oh, I'm, Tanya Fairley representing this corporation, but if I've already been disciplined and have gotten my license suspended or revoked, but yet I'm a part of the corporation, so I'm protected. So I think that's the loophole.
It could fall back into other licensing areas too. It's not just the manager in charge, but it has implications of almost anything we do by being replaced by a corporation's employee.
Okay. All right, our next item is number 6, remedial education. This is just cleanup that we're asking for. In 2024, we had a bill that allowed us to do remedial education in lieu of the first offense, which we all supported. And what we found when trying to implement this is that board offered was a lot harder to do than board approved. So we need to get this changed to board approved so that we can contract this process out to people who really know what they're doing to develop. We can come up with all the content, but we need, just like we did with the pre-apprentice training, we need to be able to contract out that whole online atmosphere. Any questions? And we could do, before we go into the apprentice report, we do public comment.
Okay. We're good. Oh, there we go. We will open up for any public comment on the matters that we just discussed. Again, your time is limited to 3 minutes. And just a reminder to the board, we do not respond to public comment. And here we have Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much for the intro. Love the compromise, go for sole oversight, swing for the fences. But if you have to bunt to get to first, then have your fault, all the hard work of Miss Underwood and staff. But I would add one more thing to that element of the bunt. Prior to 1989, when the Council for Private Vocational Education adopted our schools away from your state board, because prior to 1989, state board was in charge of schools. And schools A had to post a bond, as Ms. Underwood said, to guarantee that they were going to finish the schooling for each of their students. And if they didn't, then the aggrieved student could go after their bond. Very simple. Didn't need this state tuition recovery account and all this other stuff. And another thing is every student that enrolled in a school had to, within 45 days of enrollment, register with the state board, so that the state board had a record of every student. And so if a student started school last week and then applied for the exam next week, the red flags, this person's obviously not ready. They're selling hours, they're forging hours, the proof of training's bad. So I would suggest humbly that you reenact that student registration. Within a certain amount of time after a student starts school, they have to register at the state board so that you have record of all students. That immediately stops selling of hours and forging of hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any others for public comment? No? Moderator, you can open public comment for online, please.
All right, WebEx is open for public comment online. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. And our first request is coming from Gracie Young. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. My name is Gracie Young. I'm the program sponsor for the Greater East Bay Barber Cosmetology Apprenticeship Program. And I just have a question. Could you please clarify what you mean by program sponsors franchising their numbers, program sponsor codes out to other salons or businesses? What do you mean by that?
We have several program sponsors that have franchised out, so they have training facilities that are operating as their own entity for program sponsors. And they're not approved, but they're saying they're a franchise of an approved program sponsor.
I see. So, second question. Well, I'm going to use myself as an example. I don't have any franchise programs, but if I were to rent a commercial space in another city outside of my headquarters and hired an instructor to teach the related instruction, would that be the same as franchising my number out?
Our staff, are you okay with that? Gracie, that's a very specific question, and I think you need to send us an email and we can get a response to that.
I will. Okay, so back again to the franchising. So are you saying that can no longer happen?
That's what we're proposing.
Okay, because there are still a lot of them out there doing it.
Yes.
Okay, and charging 5,000 and up.
Thank you.
Okay, so when will will this be final at the next meeting or?
Yes, the board will approve the sunset report at the next board meeting in November.
All right, thank you.
And I did ask Christy to respond to that.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Yasmin Niru. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Went away.
All right, Yasmin, we're going to try you again. We're sending you a second request to unmute your microphone. If you're on a mobile device, you may need to hit the ... in order to find your unmute button. Otherwise, it should be at the bottom of your screen in the center.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. My question is, can you run a school if you don't have a cosmetology or barbering or aesthetics or manicuring license as the school director? Or do you need to be licensed? I think I heard something along that line that you're proposing that the management needs to be licensed.
That's a very specific question. This is for public comments on what we've discussed. So I really recommend you send that question to barbercosmo.ca.gov.
The email is barbercosmo@dca.ca.gov.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any more online public comments, moderator?
Those are all of our requests online.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will resume back at 3:05. All right. Monica, you go ahead and take roll, please, and then I'll turn it over to Christy.
For the in-person board members, Tanya Fairley.
Present.
Kelly Funk.
Present.
Megan Ellis.
Present.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez.
Present.
Colette Kavanaugh.
Present.
Tamika Miller.
Present.
Steve Weeks.
Present.
For those joining us through WebEx, Anthony Bertrand.
Present.
Michelle Edgar.
Present.
Danielle Munoz.
Danielle had to jump off. She might be back in just a few minutes. We'll watch it.
Okay. Sonara Lamelli. Absent. Callie Maytham. Absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you. Christy, it's all yours.
Right. So one of our last items here is the apprenticeship report. Most of our members, other than our brand new members, have seen this report many times. So we would like to get formal, not formal approval, because that'll happen at the next board meeting. But if you have any more changes that you want to add, now's the time to do it. I'm not going to go through it page by page because we've all seen this many times, but I will draw your attention to page number 5. We have the red section at the top. And this is in regards to fees being charged. So we've recently been, I'm sorry, let me take a step back. What we want to recommend, it's up to the board, is this section that says apprenticeship programs are not intended to have a fee for the apprentice. What that really is tuition. There's not supposed to be a tuition for an apprentice program. Now, if there's fees, that's something different, right? But a tuition is a school activity. You pay tuition for enrolling in school. In discussions with several other entities, a reasonable fee would be required for items that are needed to complete the training and the job skills. For example, a Barber Cosmo kit, and this is very wrong right here. I apologize, that $300 to $500 is what I thought it was. And it is absolutely not. I think Addison's having a heart attack right now. We talk to schools and we talk to apprenticeship programs, and it's average $2,000. And that's probably at the lower end. There are definitely schools that are even higher, and the kit's very similar, but maybe different. But a school kit can be anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. We talk to apprenticeship programs, and it's a low average is around $2,000. So I will change that information. And an apprentice should be expected to pay, rather they're going to be an electrician, rather they're going to be a cosmetologist. Those fees they're expected to pay that. But there is a discussion going on globally of that a tuition is a school matter, not an apprenticeship matter. So this is what we've added to the report, and I would change that word fee to tuition.
You would change the word fee in the first sentence or the second? Because with the first sentence, apprenticeship programs are not intended to have a fee for the apprentice. A reasonable fee.
Right. So they're not intended to charge tuition, right? But I will reword this and we can approve it at the next meeting. Yeah, absolutely.
That was good. Steve was in my brain. That's what I was going to point out. Because if you say, so I guess now the next rebuttal to this, or the barrier to this, would be from a school standpoint, if we don't correct the language, then how are they supposed to operate an apprenticeship program if they aren't getting paid to train the apprentice? Well, it was more of a statement, and she knows exactly why I said that. Because think about a lot of programs, we have apprenticeship programs, and they make their money by charging a fee. Just has to be clear that it's not a tuition because it's not. So whatever they add on top of their kit, administration fees, doc fees, then are we setting a precedent for reasonable fees, or are we setting a maximum a school can charge with all fees included? Like, what does that look like for the school to have a guideline in what they are able to charge the apprenticeship? Because as you know, we've had some schools that are apprenticeship programs charging upwards to 20,000. I had the report with me on my desk and left it, but as low as up to 20,000, as low as I think 7,500, 5,000 to 7,500. So are we going to set a precedent for what that looks like?
Well, I can tell you that we've talked to federal apprenticeship organizations and we've talked to state apprenticeship organizations. And I do believe that the consensus is that apprentices are not supposed to pay. It is an earn while you learn program, and they should only be paying the tools for what is needed for the kit.
Are we looking to cap that? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's my question. Now, she's saying that they should not have to pay. However, that would be a tuition portion and not a administrative fee portion, correct?
Or it sounds like just the kit portion. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
So are you
now-
saying no admin fee, no nothing outside of a kit?
I'm saying that what we believe the federal government and the state government, who know more about apprenticeships than us, believe that apprentice is not supposed to cost the apprentice money except for the tools needed to do their job, period.
Aren't registered apprenticeship sponsors supposed to receive reimbursement from the state?
Exactly.
They're supposed to.
And apprentices get, which is in this report at some point, apprentices there's various funding opportunities for them to have. There's probably more funding opportunities than we even know. And that is, I believe I have it explained here.
7, the funding.
Yes. So there are reimbursements through the LEA, right? An apprenticeship program, a sponsor within California has to be connected with an LEA. That LEA reimburses their programs a dollar amount for every hour. So at the top of page 8, you can see that an LEA, 220 hours times $9, that's $1,980 that would be provided to the program sponsor per apprentice. They also have, so that's the funding for related training hours. There's also the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is WIOA, and that is federal funds. And those programs can also apply, any program can apply for WIOA funds. It's through the federal government. And then there's also the Apprenticeship Innovation Fund, which is also a statewide program that offers. So the belief is that there is reimbursements out there. Again, that's just the reimbursements that we're aware of. We believe there's even more. We've talked to Department of Rehabilitations. We just recently met with Department of Veterans Affairs.
Yes.
All of those other entities have the ability to reimburse people for their the cost to do business as an apprentice program sponsor, which we've been advised that that's what the true apprenticeship program was intended, right? So again, barbering and cosmetology is different than every other apprenticeship program. If you're I'll just use electrician. This is my example, but often electricians are in a union, and within that union, they pay an extra dollar of their membership fees. That dollar is to support their industry, and that dollar is it goes to the supporting an apprenticeship program because there is a cost. of running a program. So no one gets charged in those industries. The apprenticeships don't get charged. They have to come up with their toolbox or whatever they need to be an electrician, whatever they're doing. They have to come up with their tools. They bring their own tools, but the industry supports itself, right? We don't have that. We don't have a union, and we don't have a union. So that's one of the reasons why we have apprenticeships, is because it started with barbers before the two programs were combined, and they used to have a union. The barbers had a union. If it exists anymore, I'm not aware. So there was that supported the apprenticeship program. There's no other entity that has a program sponsor that is basically a for-profit organization to enroll apprentices. No one pays to enroll in an apprenticeship program. They only pay for their tools. And that's the true spirit of apprenticeship. So at the end of the day, there shouldn't be a charge for an apprenticeship other than the $2,000 kit. We've created a quasi-schooling system where we have program sponsors that have their own facilities. Some do great jobs. We know a program that they have staff. They have their own facility, and there's obviously costs to doing that. But we've created this. This has been created by the Barber Cosmo world, not necessarily the apprenticeship world. So now that we've had so many issues, we're seeing this from all different entities where we see that apprentices are being charged money, which was never the intention of an apprentice. An apprentice is only supposed to pay for their tools.
And to your question, Tanya, which I think is what you were saying, was trying to put like a cost to this $2,000. I don't think that's the intent of what we're trying to say here, because we could never drive the industry and say, oh, a kit could only cost this much money, right? Obviously, there's inflation and things would go up and it wouldn't always fit in that box. So I don't think that was the intention of this.
It wasn't my intention to say that it could cost. My direction was, is there a cap? Because if we can say the average of a kit $2,000, $2,500, and somebody's charging $7,000 for a kit, right, then there has to be some type of ceiling, some type of guideline. There has to be some reasonable cost associated with us giving a dollar amount. Because if there's not a reasonable cost, that's why we have the problem we have now. We got apprenticeship schools $5,000 to $20,000 because there's no reasonable cost guidelines that have been handed down. So if we're going to throw a dollar amount in there, then my question is, one, how are we going to get to the reasonable cost? And two, how are we going to cap that?
And I don't propose we make that statement. DAS, Division of Apprenticeship Standard, has a law that says your costs have to be reasonable.
Exactly.
It's really within their wheelhouse to say what's reasonable. Now, what we understand is that that was always intended to be the kit. But what has happened is we have people literally charging $20,000 for an apprenticeship program. We have most commonly charged $10,000 to $12,000 for an apprenticeship program. And that's a tuition. That's not their cost for the kit, because that's all added on. We've had the one that was charging $20,000 had a bunch of other additional add-ons to that. So they're charging tuition, and that's what they can't be charging tuition. Again, it's not the spirit of apprenticeships. It's not what apprenticeship was intended. I hope someone else takes a stronger stand over apprenticeships, because we're having to do a lot of work to define it when it's not really what we should be. The Division of Apprenticeship Standard has a law that says you can only charge reasonable fees, but they never defined reasonable fees.
So then why would we even put this in our recommendation with a dollar amount on it if we aren't going to put I would almost say not a cap,
I'm not making a recommendation that we do a cap of $2,000. I just wanted to give an example of how much a kit costs, which I had wrong. A kit costs $2,000 or up. That's just my example of a kit.
So you're saying apprenticeship programs are not intended, so this is your recommendation. Apprenticeship programs are not intended to have a tuition for their apprentice. A reasonable fee would be for the required items that are needed to complete the training and job skills. Done.
I can take out the for example.
So what I'm saying to you is reasonable fee leaves it very open.
Again.
And then it leaves it open to interpretation, because me being in San Bernardino County, a reasonable fee would be $2,500 to $3,000 versus someone in LA County or Orange County would be $5,000 to $6,000. So if we say a reasonable fee, what does that look like? What does a reasonable fee look like? Are we giving them a guideline to say a reasonable fee would be your kit, an administrative fee, a doc fee, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, what does that reasonable fee look like? Because this would be opening up another can of worms in the
I see what you
arena of LA County, Kern County. I mean, you can take two of the lowest paying counties now, Kern County, which is at 7.75%, and then Inland Empire, which is San Bernardino, 7.85%. Totally different. In between there, you have LA County and Orange County, which is at 11%, 10.5% and 11% tax rate. So the difference would be when you say reasonable fee, there would need to be some type of guideline, or else there is no guideline.
Instead of saying the fee at all, or the word fee, could we just be specific about what they're allowed to be charging for? Just the apprentice should only be responsible for providing their tools, period. Something financially responsible for providing their kit. Could we do that?
And let's take a step back, that this is the apprentice report. It's not necessarily a legislative language, right?
Right.
So in our apprenticeship report, we're saying apprentices shouldn't be charging a fee, because this is following up to all the fees that we've displayed, right? So I don't think you can define reasonable, just like DAS couldn't define reasonable.
So if you look at your page 4, and this is what takes me back, right? At the top of page 4, it says, in 2022, board staff found that fees that are charged to apprentices in various programs can range from $5,500 to $2,050. Then it says these fees include tuition, books, various other fees, right? So if you take out tuition and you change that to a kit, and then books, because a kit doesn't contain books. Books are separate. And then various other fees are separate from. So again, it sounds as if we are giving a recommendation on a dollar amount, which could vary from county to county. And do we want to do that? And if we don't do that, we're back in the same place as DAS. And now I understand why DAS doesn't have a.
I mean, I'm hoping, yes.
Can't we keep the numbers what they are now? And in that second to the end sentence, for example, a barber or cosmetology kit is usually 300 to 500.
But that's not.
But for our working purposes, can't we just leave that at that? So that they see, the legislature sees the difference between what's being charged, these outrageously high fee, and to a closer fee we see it to actually being.
But see, I think that's unfair, because if you go county to county, there is a big difference from LA County, Orange County to San Bernardino County and for kits.
Well, there shouldn't be. I mean,
Because every kit company operates independently. You could have a kit company that's only only in the Inland Empire servicing that area, versus a kit company that comes out of Beverly Hills that's giving those people over there kits. They're going to have the best blow dryers, the best flat irons. They're going to have top notch everything, versus a company that's in, Ontario, California, or the different areas.
I just think the problem is that they're going to relate to the highest area, and I'm going to be in San Bernardino County.
Paying
I'm going to be charging
$5,000 per
Beverly
kit.
Hills prices. He's going to charge
But then
Beverly Hills prices.
but that goes back to saying either we leave it alone or we set a precedent of what those fees look like. I mean, anybody else?
We've
It
given-
sounds
we've
like,
given an estimate of what the.
I definitely think we should take the 300 to 500 out. I mean, it
Absolutely,
sounds
that's
like
wrong.
that's what they said. That's just completely not right. But I think when you think of Beverly Hills, you automatically know that there's a premium. So I know when I'm staying in Beverly Hills, I'm going to pay more for my hotel than when I'm staying somewhere else. So I think a good range is good. And then people, it's just like with anything else, you kind of know when you're going into a rinky-dink nail salon and when you're going into a higher end nail salon, it's going to range, or hair salon, it's going to range. So I do think it should be adjusted from the 2,000 to 3,000 or whatever. Just an estimate cost for the toolkit.
So my whole point was, the minute you start talking about a fee, when it comes to something like this
It's
and
not a
telling a school,
fee.
it is a fee.
A cost.
It's a cost fee, tomato, right? At the end of the day, you're telling someone in Orange County to compare their price to someone in San Bernardino County. It just doesn't work that way. That's what we just said.
I actually think that whole red section should come out. And the reason why I think that is because I must have had a temporary lapse of judgment and put in a recommendation when we don't make recommendations on any other section. So this report isn't for a recommendation, which is why it's confusing. We need to take this whole section out because we've already addressed it earlier about the fact that we all know apprentices are charging way too much money, and I've listed the exact details of what they're charging.
Right here.
So if we didn't have this section, it's neither here nor there. This is a discussion point. I think it's going to be a big discussion point, probably through the whole sunset process. And we might be able, we might have to talk to labor, we might have to talk to DAS and figure out if we even want to go with an actual requirement. But I really think what we've already said is sufficient. So do we agree with that?
What did we say was sufficient?
This.
Oh, this wasn't, but this was just what we got from people what they paid.
Right, and then we added the task force discussion, and then we don't need a recommendation.
Okay.
This is just facts, right? Make sense? And then if something happens,
So are we, because now we're back to square one we have this breakdown on page 4, the apprentice dollar amounts. You guys see that on page 4? We have this breakdown for a reason. And the reason was because it was brought to our attention that people were paying what we thought would be enormous fees to attend apprenticeship programs. However, this wasn't broken down by city, county, location, any of that, right? So to say that someone who paid $2,500 and compare them to someone who paid, let's just say $6,000, I'll take the next one. It's still 3 times the amount, but does not mean that $6,000 in the area is not unjustifiable. But yes. No, but what I'm saying is, because it's gonna come up again. It's gonna come back to what is a reasonable fee?
Let me ask you this question. What is in the kit?
Oh, everything that it would take to cut your hair, to style my hair. So, right, it's about the tools to get the job done regardless of the texture of the hair.
So if you had to go buy those tools in downtown Sacramento today, how much would they cost you to supply a kit?
Well, the last kit that I helped with my apprentice buy was $2,200. And I'm in a lower, what is it called? I'm in a lower community tax. What is it? So there you go. Thank you very much. So, however, if I was to get that same type of kit in Beverly Hills, it would probably cost $5,000 because instead of me getting a $150 flat iron, they're probably using a $300 flat iron. It does the same thing.
but apprenticeships shouldn't cost money other
Right,
than
they
their
can't.
tools. Now, if they chose to go and pay $3,000 for their kit, I mean, that's a kit.
I don't think that the majority of these people that were talked to, these fees on here even included a kit.
Oh, absolutely not, because we have
So let's-
documentation of it.
Yeah. This is just for,
Tuition.
yes.
There's no tuition, Steve.
of having specific dollar amounts, can't we speak to apprentices would not be paying tuition, but rather only providing their kit and the tools needed to do the job? Can't we just blanket statement like that and stay away from the dollar amount cap?
Well, I think that whole red section should come out. I think that this report is to raise awareness, right? No other, right? We are asking for legislative changes, which is at the end of this, which we don't talk about fees, I don't believe.
So these are just the facts.
This is just background to show our board and to show whoever reads this report, and especially the legislature, of how, to be quite honest, bad things have gotten.
But aren't you a least bit concerned that when they get to this part where we've broken down speaking to 115 apprentices, programs, whatever, and we have these dollar amounts here, that it's going to come up and say, then what do you suggest as a reasonable fee?
I think most people will say it shouldn't even be $2,500 because there's not supposed to be a fee for apprentices, period.
Yeah.
And then I don't think we put a dollar amount on kits. Megan?
I was going to say, this basically gives us an opportunity, it's laying the groundwork for why we think there should be a bigger investigation into this. Maybe Department of Industrial Relations involvement, and to set standards. So, because they don't currently exist.
Right.
So it's, I think it's just it's providing the information necessary to do a more formal investigation.
There's a lot of information in this report that I know it's been brought up at past board meetings, isn't necessarily our purview, right? We're talking about wages, we're talking about workers' comp that we don't require, that actually someone else does require. But the fact of the matter is we're taking on the workload of how bad this has gotten. And when we found these fees, I mean, it's awful. Some of it's awful, right? And then the deeper we dove into this is that an apprenticeship shouldn't cost an apprentice money. They should go to an employer and be able to get trained. And it's gotten so bad that we can't even find apprentices that are employed hardly right now. They're all booth renters.
So that took me back to my initial thought when I first started this a long time ago, is there used to be a time, I think in Atlanta, salons they actually have their own apprenticeship programs in salons. So instead of having a standalone, I thought this was your hand, a standalone program that requires a facility and all this and all that, as a program sponsor, just the salon, where they're going to get paid, where they're going to get the OJ on the job training, where they can get the kit. So it bypasses an actual standalone program and gives the employer back the power to run a program that doesn't charge outside of paying that apprentice wages.
Can I ask this though? Would it be unreasonable, since the employer is getting the benefit of the apprentice working there, for the employer to take responsibility and pay for the kit for his apprentice?
I mean, I have, so it's not unreasonable.
That would cut down the dollars big time if an employer had to do that.
We talked recently to a community college, Dr. Washington?
Yes.
So this is a public school
Yep.
organization that has an apprenticeship program. And
He charges $2,500.
that's for his kit. There's a $2,500 Addison cost for that particular program.
Yep.
$2,000 to $2,500. That's the charge for the kit, but that's the only charge they have.
But they're also getting funded
Absolutely.
by a third party, and they're getting reimbursement, but they're on top of theirs. Their LEA is actually making
They
sure.
don't have an LEA because they are the LEA. and right, so they don't work with a third party LEA, whereas I'm an apprenticeship program sponsor. I get approved by the DAS and I get approved by Barber Cosmo, and I have an LEA. Dr. Washington's organization is the LEA, right?
No,
Inland Empire.
but it's through San Bernardino City College.
Right.
Okay. Well, they still eliminated the fact that they have a third, like they're set up more like a school, like an actual, through a community college. So they're doing everything right. He's one of the
Yeah,
rare.
instead of having like a separate RSI location,
Yes.
their classes are actually taken at the LEA's facility.
Exactly.
Right, yes.
So that cuts out that additional spacing, which is we run into, like you said, we've created this, I would say, monster of a program because you got these beautiful facilities that, are very expensive to maintain. And then you have the staffing, and then you have workers' comp, then you have insurance, you have all these other things on top that these schools are saying, like, we have to recoup those costs, and those costs are being passed on to the apprentice.
Right. And, our regulations say 220 hours for related training. Is that correct, Addison? At least for Cosmo. But some LEAs have even upped that. So LA Unified has upped it to 300 something. And they're reimbursing now up to 300 and something hours. So there's a lot of funding out there that was intended to support these programs. The governor just released a press release last week, I believe, about apprenticeship programs. There's a lot of desire for apprenticeship from state funding as well as federal funding. One of the biggest things that's really different in this industry is when you look at, say, an electrician company who is hiring an apprentice, connecting them with their journeyman to get that training, then they're planning to employ that apprentice, right? That's the whole goal, is for the apprentice to get employment, right?
Here.
But our industry is so heavy with booth rental that they don't want to employ the apprentice. And so the apprentice is not even employed as an apprentice. And so then they're not going to get that employment as being part of the apprenticeship program. The apprenticeship program is a pathway to employment, and it's not working for this industry. In my opinion, it's, there's been a lot of lack of oversight from various different entities, and it's created this problem. And I think now that we've raised the red flag on so many different issues, we have school districts like Los Angeles Unified School District is super on top of helping us out. They're really have turned around and are really taking a strong stance on their programs, getting their pass rates up. They're requiring their pass rates to come up. And if their pass rates don't come up, they're not going to support them anymore, which is great. But it took all of this to make that happen. But again, going back to this fees, going back to this particular section, I do think the red section should come out. I do think through the sunset process, we will likely end up with lots of discussions on this particular item. It might not be any of our purview, to be honest. Again, talking about wages we have the labor department that handles wages, but we have seen what it's done, and we've seen our pass rates, and we've seen the people taken advantage of, not by all of our programs, because we all know that we have some good programs out there. And if it gets us to a better place after our sunset review, even if it's not in our jurisdiction, then that's great. Then we have a win. But for us, like we talked about with schools, these apprentices do not call the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. They don't call the Department of Industrial Relations. People don't know what that is. I rarely know what that is. They're calling us, and what we're seeing is so bad every single day, still to this day, has to be addressed. So when it comes to the report, if we all agree to take out the red section, but know that the costs of the apprenticeship program for the apprentice, we hopefully have raised the issue that we need to come up with a discussion. We don't have all the answers, but there has to be something done.
Can I just state, I know like this is facts, but can there be some sort of state? Because I know like a kit or whatever, I feel like it actually should come from the program because it's an investment into somebody. That's the way I'm viewing it as is someone coming to do an apprenticeship, they're not having to pay, they're going there. And as a program, your goal is to invest in this person to see this person's going to be successful in this career. And, and if they're not, then that's kind of part of it. But if you're able to get all these other funding sources, then I feel that if I was a program, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to allocate this for a kit. And as they're earning as they go, they can build their own kit if they want to. Maybe they want to buy a $300 flat iron, but they're doing that on their own because they're earning while they work. But it's just my 2 cents.
And I would say that I think in other professions that works. Or I think if we did like what Tanya was saying about if the employer was the sponsor and running their own, they probably would invest in their people because they want to hire their people or they're doing it for their industry, right? They're doing it to strengthen the industry and give back, right? But the program sponsors aren't ever the employers,
Ever.
right?
And I think that's the bigger issue
Right.
of the whole dynamic of it, right? So, I mean, I know in my area, a lot of us run our programs a little bit differently. For me, if I take an apprentice on, I'm getting everything they need up front because they're already, they're coming to me to start a new career. So they're already struggling. Where they're going to get $2,500 from, they don't even have a paycheck, right? So I see it differently, but that's not, I'm the oddball as usual. But I also think that because we've raised the concern about these apprenticeship programs and some of these facilities are, I mean, they're amazing. Just like, wow, beautiful marble floors and epoxy walls and and so they lost sight of what the apprenticeship program was meant to do and designed to do. And now it becomes a money grab. And and I would say we, because who's really in charge of all of this, right, it has gone on for so long that here we are trying to reel it back in. And you guys know how passionate I am about the program. And I don't want to see it go away, but I would definitely champion something that said, you know what, let's put this in the salon's hands or where they're actually going to work, get them a job, because now they're really getting the training and the benefits are going to come back to them, right? But that's not where we are. And so if we are talking about the dollar amounts and we're talking about setting a precedent and we're talking $2,500 here and $8,000 there, you guys can sit here and say, well, that's unreasonable and that's ridiculous. But if you take an underserved community in one area and a highly served community in another area, there's going to be a very big difference. So.
I know we've said a lot, and it sounds like this definitely requires more discussion. And I like the idea of it all being in the salon, under one house, but that definitely is not going to happen overnight. I know a while back we talked about just information and just having more information on BBC's website to let the apprentice know, what do you call them? Apprentice know what's expected of them and what they should and should not be doing. That sounds like an easy fix so that they know just right away. You're only paying for.
Yep, that's there.
Okay.
That's there. And we just created a flyer. Is it going out with apprentice licenses at this yet?
Yes.
Yes, someone said yes. So we actually created information that we send to the apprentice.
Wonderful. And social
their
media.
license.
And I think starting there so that they're empowered to make the decisions until we have a.
Right, because
solution.
we are finding now, the biggest issue we have right now is so many are booth renters, and that's the law says you have to be an employee.
They should be.
Yeah, and the number of apprentices that aren't getting even paid an hourly wage is pretty bad. Okay, next is page 9. And that is number 7. We talked about lack of enforcement. And we were talking about the overall lack of enforcement. What we've added to this section is that the board has issued, and unfortunately I have to plug in this number. Do you know it off the top of your head, Addison, how many notices to show cause we've issued? It's around 14. So we'll have the exact number at the next meeting, But we've issued about 14 to 18 notices to show cause. This is an internal process, 100%. We have a special investigator, 100% dedicated to this program. Two of them have appealed. Some of the notices to show cause were because an apprenticeship program sponsor has to follow the laws of what's called the Shelley Maloney Labor Act. Is that right? Which the Division of Apprenticeship Standard, that's their laws, but our law says you have to follow Shelley Maloney Act. So our notices to show cause have gone out because we've had program sponsors that all of a sudden didn't have an LEA, just no LEA whatsoever. So they're just charging people and not getting any reimbursements, but they're basically acting like a school. So this happened a while back. So we sent out notices to show cause. They either went away, no longer are program sponsors, or they got an LEA, because you have to have an LEA here in California to have an apprenticeship program. So some of those were resolved very easily. We wrote the notices to show cause. Those are pretty easy to do. For those of you who are on our apprenticeship task force, you know that some aren't that easy. And we've had one hearing where the individual appealed their notice to show cause because we found significant fraud. That decision was ultimately resolved, and that person lost their approval. So we went through the work of taking away that program's approval. We found significant fraud in this program. And it cost us a lot of money, right? So the Attorney General fees alone were approximately $10,000 just for that one case. We have another hearing coming up here in a couple of weeks. So we'll have another hearing for a separate case. So the costs are high to the board. Again, not getting any reimbursements. The only fee we charge for apprentices is the $25 apprentice application fee that the apprentice pays. That's a processing fee to get their apprentice license. It's the only fee that comes in with this. So with our hearing that we have to have a deputy attorney general represent us, and we have to have an administrative law judge. We have to have a court reporter. We have to have all you board members, our board, I think we have 5 people on that panel that come in here and have to have our hearings. So the enforcement that we're taking on to handle this is very extensive. So we wanted to add that in because we think it's important to let everyone know that we have done enforcement and that it's costing. Other than that are the only changes we have made to this report from what you have previously seen in board meetings. Any questions?
Well, I will be the first to say thank you. This is a lot of work. When I was reading it over the last couple of weeks, and even with my own concerns, even for this portion of the sunset review, I knew that it was going to be a little bit more in depth because the apprenticeship program is one of those things that, some can take or leave. It's definitely a lot more work. So I appreciate the work that you have put into it. But with that being said, we all are, we're at a place where the sunset review is coming up. So I will put this back on the board to make sure, if you have anything, if you take this, I know we normally recycle these, but take them, read them, make your notes, whatever it is that you think that might be something that you want to address, any concerns, this is the time and this is the information to do it with.
I would do public comment on the apprentice report.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to open up to public comment on this last section. If you have any public comments, we're going to limit you to 3 minutes. And welcome, Mr. Jones.
And I'll be brief because I know everyone wants to get out, catch flights. I'm going to be a broken record and say, or just let you know, 10 years ago, I had a number of people call me and say, I want to start a beauty college. But I called BPPE and they said I had to sign a lease And then after I signed a lease, they'll be out in 18 months to inspect the facility. So they want me to pay for an empty building for a year and a half before they even come and look. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to, but 3 of those people started an apprenticeship program after that conversation. So these folks are trying to run a school and call it an apprenticeship. So they're bringing totally different values, a total different business model to a program that Christy or Miss Underwood adequately described as something that just doesn't fit with our industry. And the fact that 80% of our salons are booth rental, by definition, they're not apprenticeable. I'll coin a new term. So it's not a good fit. But having said that, it's very popular with politicians. And if you're looking for decreasing license barriers, this is the easiest one to say, oh, you learn, you earn, you're ready to go. You have a license right out of the get-go. So I like it, frankly, when I'm advocating for the industry to say we do have low barriers to entry. But I'll just end with this. The real problem is Miss Underwood is someone who takes her job seriously. Other agencies don't. And that's why you guys are struggling, because you've got an executive officer that's trying to do the right thing.
Thank you.
You do?
Do we have any others for public comment? Moderator, if you could open it up to online comments, please.
WebEx is open for public comment. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request is coming from Gracie Young. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. First, I'd like to comment on the dollar amount and the caps. I think there should be some type of cap, because the program sponsors have franchised, quote unquote, their program sponsors to what they call satellites. The satellites are the ones who were overcharging the students because the program sponsor was not sharing the RSI funding with them. And so they were charging these astronomical amounts to enter the program, and they were calling it tuition. After your meeting a couple of months ago, I was able to speak with several programs sponsor several satellite programs, and they have shared all of this information with me. I said, well, you don't get any part of the RSI for teaching the classes? No. Okay, well, what's the $5,000, $6,000 for? Oh, that's our tuition. Oh, well, okay, well, you better eliminate that from your vocabulary, because apprenticeship is not about paying tuition. And so it's the satellites that have gone on, they have gone above and beyond your laws and start charging their own fees. So I think maybe some type of cap should be placed on that, or they're going to go crazy and take that and run again. The part about the employees paying for kits, I don't know. These barbershops owners are not going to do that because the apprentice moves around too much. I know, because I've been approved since 1997. I've been a program sponsor since 1997. And I know how this apprenticeship game works. And they are not going to pay for anything, because the apprentice will take those tools that were paid for by the employer and go to another barbershop. In my program, we collect $2,000. I give them a kit, textbook, workbook, doll head, mannequin stand, and any of the classes that we pay someone to come in and demonstrate for the student. Maybe that's low, but like you said, we're not in this to make money. We're here to train the apprentice. Yeah, we want to make an income, but it's all about getting that apprentice out there working with minimal cost to them. What was the other program sponsor?
15 seconds.
10 seconds. Oh, okay. So, okay, that's about it. Thank you. I'll send an email.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And that was our only online request.
Thank you so much. Any?
We don't need a motion, so we're good to go on it. Stop putting that on me.
We have to move to adjourn, Mr. President.
No, we're done with the public comments. But we do have newer item, agenda item number 7. Any suggestions for future agenda items on the board?
Thank you.
Thank you. Praise the Lord. Well, because as we know, our next meeting will be really sunset based. And so just again, come ready, prepared to go.
And just to be clear, our next meeting, we have a very extensive agenda. So I know some of you will be staying for DRC in San Diego, but the next meeting will go, we have sunset finalized. We have 2 reinstatement hearings, and we have the executive officer's performance appraisal.
One of those we can let, one of those we can.
Well, the last one, I don't think we need, right?
Thank you. We forgot about public comments for items.
That's what I said, as you said.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going back. Okay, do we have any public comments for any items not on the agenda, anything that was not already discussed? We're going to open up for public comment. Nothing in the room. Moderator?
WebEx is open for public comment on agenda item 6. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, you wish to continue with the agenda?
Thank you. I will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.